All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Yes, and I am here. I am back here in the premises. Okay. So, look, I am back and we are about to do this big time. Okay. So, tell me, how was your day? How was your day? Did you have a good time? Did you go to work? Today's Monday. It is currently 10:14 p.m. and today's date is the 16th of December 2024. Let me know how your day was. Yes, man, we are back. We are absolutely back. There's been a lot of updates going on around the United States. It's been wild, people. New news every day, sometimes new tragedy. However, it's like we just pray for, better days, better times, just better life, man. But here we go. Shout out to Monkey Juice. Monkey Juice says nice cabinet picks Trump. Zero experience. Man, boy, sit down. Okay, here we go. What is Kamala doing? Kamala isn't going away quietly. I don't know what she got going, man. You lost, Kamala. You lost. Okay, go back home or go back to Dougie's basement and understand what the time is. Understand what people want. Listen to the people. Okay, go home, come back, and listen to the people. Okay, if you cannot listen to the people, there's no point being a politician. It's called public servant. Okay, even like check it out. People in Chicago are telling their mayor that people in Chicago are telling their mayor that, look, we want to secure the border. We want this illegal immigrant out of our cities. Check what, check it out. The mayor says, no, we're going to protect illegal immigrants. Like, what? What are you doing? This is why the Democrat lost. They like to tell the people what they want. The people are telling you what they want. Swallow your pride. Put down your ego. Okay, put your ego to the side and listen to the people. And that's why they lost. And that's why they're gonna lose in 2028. That's how they're gonna lose in 2032 and 2036. Okay? Because they never listen. They believe they know more than the people, and they're gonna teach the people how to think. No, the people are the people. Look, before I say what I'm not supposed to say, people are working their butt off every single day to pay their bills. Okay, so chill, listen to the people, and stop being all I know all. You don't know all. Okay, people want what they want. It is what it is. Anyway, I am back. Let's have a good time, man. Let's have a good time. That was a little intro. Okay. I haven't streamed all day today. I've been with my daughter all day. Man, I've been a full-time father for the past 5 years. And that's just the facts. Okay, that's just the facts. Man, it ain't easy, but okay, here we go.
Tell them how Kamala won't be going away quietly. Despite a Dukakis-level faceplant as the nominee, the Veep is telling backers that she's doubling down on politics. She's eyeing a 2026 California gubernatorial run or a 2028 presidential bid. And it looks like she's got the big guy's blessing. Watch.
That's the road ahead. To never give up, to keep the faith, to know that what we're doing matters. I know I'm going to stay engaged. I know Kamala and Jill and Doug are going to will as well. And I know you will. We need you badly. The country needs you badly. And you're not going anywhere, kid, because we're not going to let you go.
The Veep, who somehow managed to
We're not gonna let you go. She's already gone. She needs to go to California and run for the governor post, okay? Because there's no way she's coming back to run for the presidential election. This is just like she raised about $1 billion and still lost. She had Beyonce, Taylor Swift, Eminem, okay? Eminem, okay? Lizzo, the Obamas, man, the Obamas, bro. The Obamas, she had the Obamas and still lost. She ain't winning nothing.
to burn through. A mind-boggling $1.5 billion in just 15 weeks is now giving Democrats pep talks on how they will not be defeated.
Our spirit is not defeated. We are not defeated. Let's be clear about that.
Girl, please.
We are strong. We are clear about why we are in this. You're willing to put in the hard work. And that work must continue.
So now I see the framing between the Trump shot and this shot.
Right.
It just
and
kind
the whole
of
tone
takes your breath
and
away.
the atmosphere. And that's no, but Trump was holding a press conference, pulled together. I don't know if it was last minute, sort of felt like it was put together quickly, maybe because the SoftBank guy was there. And he's able to take all those questions and they do it. I mean, this is the annual Christmas party. This is the annual holiday party at the DNC. And that was the tone and flavor of it. So the split screen, again, like a tale of two cities, indeed. Kamala Harris is going to be in the conversation for who will lead the Democratic Party until either someone seizes the mantle or she shuts the door on the opportunity. She basically took to her bed for the last 6 weeks since the election. She is not somebody who, well, actually in China, they have a thing called lying flat, which is basically like quiet quitting, where you just give up. He's like, there's no job here for me. I was promised if I went to college and I did these things in China, I was going to get these job opportunities and have this life, and it's not happening, so I'm not doing it anymore. Quiet quitting is a gentler way of doing that. We talk about that a little bit in America. I feel like that's what she's been doing. Then she goes there and says, you're not defeated. Oh, you are completely defeated. And it's not getting better. I keep wanting somebody on the Democratic Party to stand up. I did talk to Ben Wickler. He is from Madison, Wisconsin, actually. A Democrat. He's well-liked in the progressive circles. They say he's done a pretty good job. Tammy Baldwin did keep that Senate seat there, and he's stepping up. But I don't see him as somebody that's like, he might run the DNC, but he's not going to be the candidate.
Jeanine, how much pressure do you think she's under to be forced into taking this job as California governor? I mean, no one wants her in 2028. I mean, they'll might just hand that thing over to her.
Well, you know, I think it's really a question of who wants to be governor in California. It's not, look, she's not entitled to a consolation prize. She couldn't even win the youth vote. She poorly performed with the black vote. The reason she lost is because she didn't run on anything and couldn't run on anything she did. That election loss was a blowout. It was a blowout. They lost every swing state. And now she's going out lecturing on what they call it, the future broader focus. She can't even focus on the minimal focus.
No, she
I mean,
can't.
the woman is, if
No,
the
she
Democrats
can't.
know what's good for them, they got rid of this woman. Because she is a reminder of the lying and the charades that went on during the Biden administration. They told us the border was secure. They told us that, you know, inflation was not what it was. And they told us all of this crazy stuff that Afghanistan was a success. These are not people that you need to roll out again. And in the end, you know, she covered for a president who was literally non-compos mentis. She needs to pay a price for that. And you don't do it by giving her a consulate. I guarantee you there's some state senator or assembly person who wants to be the governor who should be given a shot at that. And by the way, what's she going to run on? What the hell did she do for 4 years as vice president with all the human trafficking, all the fentanyl, 320,000 kids missing? She should be embarrassed to show her face in public.
Okay, so she'll just go hide in Hawaii for the rest of her career. Got it. What do you see in her future?
So I understand. I agree she doesn't deserve a consolation prize, but I understand how she might feel like she does. Emotionally, this is probably very difficult to go from where she was to where she is now. And she might be thinking, okay, I can't be the president, but maybe I can be the governor of California, because you don't want to feel like it was all for nothing and it's all gone. It's the same reason. It's kind of like when people, they try to be friends with their exes, right? Where you're like, okay, you know what? I know he's seeing someone else, but why can't I text him happy birthday and say that he's having a good day, right? You don't want to feel like it was all for nothing. But of course, in both cases, it's very clear that it's better to just move on, move forward to something that's right for you. Because clearly she couldn't have had more help from the media. They created her. I mean, remember when she was on the cover of the Time magazine without even doing an interview? I mean, it could not have been easier, and she totally blew it anyway. Clearly this isn't her thing, but she needs to accept that in order to move forward. But I understand how it might be hard to be. I mean, she was the darling of everyone in Hollywood, everyone in music, everyone in media, and then it's all gone. That's got to be really hard to accept, even though you have to accept it. Yeah.
Is there anything besides politics that she could do?
Yeah,
That's
like
a
Al
serious
Gore.
question. What else besides politics could she maybe do?
It's the Al Gore model. Sorry, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I know this. I'm not as passionate about it as the. Well, I am about some things, but the voters will make this determination. If she seeks to run for office in California, I think Kat is right. She's trying to figure out, what do I do? I ran for a couple of months. I think she could have done a much better job. If I were her, I'd step back for a little while and try to figure out what I did right, what I did wrong, and even more fundamentally, why am I in the business of politics? If you're in the business of politics just to give speeches like that and to say we're fighting or we're this, when you fight in politics, you fight for a reason, you fight for a purpose, and you got to step back sometimes and have a little introspection about what did I do right? Why do I want to do it? It's not just her, but anytime you lose in a race like this, and the voters will help her sort it out. They'll either want her in California or want her nationally, or they will not want her. President Trump again did something that a Republican has not done in a very, very long time. He got working class Americans to believe that he was best fit and had the best ideas and best vision to take the country forward. And you have to accept that when you run in a political contest, that you could lose. You have to step back and understand why. That's why. There was nothing more complicated than that. We were wrong on issues. We didn't connect with voters on the most important issues. So every Democrat has to step back a bit and try to figure out, how do we make sure next go round that we're competitive, that we're in the center, and that voters are listening to us again? If we don't do that, we have no chance of winning. Now, I root for President Trump because he won on many of the ideas that I thought we should have been campaigning on. That's something we should learn from him. He's going to have to deliver on a lot of those things. And if he doesn't, just like every other political calculation, people will want someone different. But until then, until you step back and try to understand what happened, I don't care where you run, you're not going to be successful because you don't know.
Exactly. This is why the Democratic Party lost, because this is a Democrat telling you guys that you lost because you don't listen. I felt like we should have been campaigning based on the things that Trump was campaigning on. And look at us now. We are what? Losers. Okay. He's telling y'all, look, Democrats, we are now the losing party. Okay. He's telling y'all, except I'm not a Democrat. I'm talking on behalf of the Democratic Party pertaining to this guy. Okay. He's telling everybody, look, we messed up. Okay. We messed up. We could have been campaigning based on the things that people actually want to see in their community, in their society, in their everyday lives. But y'all didn't do that. Campaigning on total BS. But here you have it, lost, and now you're probably going to lose in 2028. But with that being said, what is going on with the drone issues? Okay, the drones flying around the world, especially in the United States. What is going on, man? Is this aliens? I think people in Georgia said they saw drones too.
Now the U.S. is taking new action tonight as local officials demand answers after weeks of unexplained drone sightings across the Northeast. CNN's Polo Sandoval has details on a new technology being deployed to New Jersey.
The federal government now preparing to deploy drone detecting and tracking systems to 2 military facilities in New Jersey, where mysterious drone sightings began 4 weeks ago. That's in addition to what's already, according to the Pentagon today, a very robust intelligence network. But the time of the deployment, not yet clear, sources tell CNN. The president-elect offering a drone theory of his own about the mysterious sightings first reported over New Jersey, including over his golf course.
The government knows what is happening. Look, our military knows where they took off from. If it's a garage, they can go right into that garage. They know where it came from and where it went.
Donald Trump's declined to say if he's been briefed on the investigation into the unexplained drones. He did seem to eliminate the possibility of foreign involvement, a theory that had already been previously shared by the current administration.
I can't imagine it's the enemy, because if it was the enemy, they'd blast it out. Even if they were late, they'd blast it.
Unanswered questions have hovered over some residents in New Jersey and beyond. Similar drone reports have come into authorities in at least 6 states now. The FBI, which briefed New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy Sunday night, insists many of the reported sightings are actually manned aircraft. DHS maintains the unexplained sightings don't pose a public safety threat and stated unequivocally that not all of them are airplanes.
There's no question that people are seeing drones, and I want to assure the American public that we in the federal government have deployed additional resources, personnel, technology to assist the New Jersey State Police in addressing the drone sightings.
That does little to assure elected officials on both sides of the aisle.
They've been trying to discredit these sightings from the very beginning.
Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut told CNN that assurances from the government, quote, fall flat.
My fear is that the federal government knows little or nothing about most of these sightings.
2 weekend incidents demonstrated a disruptive potential from drones in civilian and military airspace. 2 men in Boston were arrested for trespassing after flying dangerously close to Logan Airport. And in Ohio, flight restrictions were temporarily put in place due to drone activity at one of the Air Force's most critical installations. And tonight, the FBI in Newark is warning that they've received multiple reports of pilots in the air getting hit in the eyes by lasers from people on the ground, mistaking their aircraft for drones. And they're concerned tonight, Wolf, that things could even get more dangerous with people potentially opening fire with a firearm on those airplanes. The FBI warning not only is that against the law, as you can imagine, it's extremely dangerous.
Extremely dangerous indeed. We're very worried about that. Polo Sandoval in New York for us. Thanks for that report. I want to bring in New Jersey Congressman Josh Gottheimer right now. He's a key member of the House Intelligence Committee. He's watching what's going on right now very closely. Congressman, thanks so much for joining us. I know you're working on legislation to try to boost drone detection. Federal officials are now sending those types of systems to various military facilities, including near your district in New Jersey. How far do you think that will go in solving this current issue?
Well, first of all, Wolf, I think it's critically important that they're finally taking this step. I've been calling for this to get technology in there, to work with local partners, local law enforcement, who are getting the brunt of the phone calls. We've been receiving a lot of phone calls. First, you can't tell people they're not seeing things that they're seeing with their own eyes, right? And I think the federal government, DHS and FBI have made a mistake by doing that. You've got to give people more information. And I think we're starting to see that. Obviously, Secretary Mayorkas said clearly people are seeing these drones, which is a reversal of where they were. And I think that's important. Don't tell people they're not seeing things, but you actually have to give them information. And I've called on this today, do a proper briefing. Get the FBI out there and DHS and FAA and tell people what's going on, right? And I think that information is critically important. And then my legislation, bipartisan, says let's give local law enforcement the tools they need to actually monitor these drones, to monitor the activity, and if necessary, to work with federal partners to get these drones out of the sky if they're going to places they shouldn't be, over reservoirs, over military bases, over airports. Let's make sure we're safe and that people feel safe.
In the past, you've said, Congressman, that you agree with officials that these drones don't appear to be a public safety threat. So how would you explain what's going on here?
Well, I think based on the briefings I've had with the FBI and Homeland Security and from our governor, I really feel, based on what I've seen, what they're able to track, that there's not an imminent public safety threat. However, that doesn't mean we shouldn't tell people what they are, where all this drone activity is coming from. Are they being used for any reconnaissance or any information collecting, right? Are they authorized, commercial? Are they there for, are they licensed or not? I'm not talking about little drones that people fly up at the beach or at their house. I'm talking about these large drones that people are telling us they're seeing and obviously sending in photos of. I set up a site today where people can send in information to us to help collect this information that I can share with the intelligence community and the FBI so that we have some evidence gathered, and then let's let the government tell people what exactly they know. And I think, Wolf, that's the key. Be transparent. Don't insult people and tell them they're not seeing anything. Come clean with folks. Give them the information, and then everybody, I think, will feel better once they have more information of what's out there.
More information, the better. I know you've just criticized public officials for not sharing more details. So why hasn't the Biden administration given the American public more information right now so that the American people can be assured that they're okay?
Well, I've asked the FBI, I've asked Homeland Security, I've asked the FAA to do just that, to actually come out there. I'm not sure why they're not giving us more information. I have an intelligence briefing, I believe, tomorrow on this, in a classified setting. But my point is, you have to come out to the public, the FBI, and actually bring this information out there. Do a press conference. Don't just put out a piece of paper. Answer people's questions. Explain to people what's happening, where these drones are coming from. Because I think people have a right to understand what it is that we know on this. And, I feel based on what I've seen that there's no imminent threat. But that, of course, doesn't explain actually where this is all coming from and where these drones are from and what they're doing and making sure that we're safe so people cannot be worried about this. And that's the legislation I've introduced to make sure we stop any threatening drones out there that are threatening public safety, but also give people information, and I bet they'll feel better, because otherwise you leave a big vacuum, and that's exactly what people are filling up right now.
Yeah, important points indeed. Let me turn to the breaking news today out of Madison, Wisconsin, Congressman, where, as you know, a 17-year-old female gunman killed a student and a teacher and injured 6 others, including 2 of them very, very seriously life-threatening conditions. We're just getting the first student account of what happened out there. I want you and our viewers to listen to this.
I was in English, and then they said it was a lockdown drill, so we went to the side of the building, and then we went to the church after they came and got us. Yeah, and then we just waited. They gave us some food, and then waited for them to transport us to the hospital and get our moms and dads.
Did you hear gunshots?
Yeah, I heard.
Tell me what happened.
We heard them, and then some people started crying, and then we just waited till the police came, and then they escorted us out to the church.
How many gunshots did you hear?
I heard 2.
And what were you thinking? What are you thinking now?
I was scared.
So what's your reaction to that, Congressman?
I mean, the whole thing, Wolf, is just beyond heartbreaking. I've got 2 kids and one of daughter in high school, and so your parents' worst nightmare, right? It's, as a parent, it's our worst nightmare that you see this. And what do I think? I think, Wolf, first of all, I think we all around this country just want these kids to be okay, and I can't imagine what they're all going through, especially those who lost loved ones, and our heart breaks. But this just reminds us of the action that we must take, and we've taken bipartisan action, which I was very proud of helping on common sense gun safety, but clearly we have a lot more to do. And I think if these things like this aren't a wake-up call, whether you're talking about more background checks or going after weapons of war, like assault rifles, and we've got to take that action, and you know that, I think we all know that, and these reminders are just, it's so painful to see this and listen to those kids.
83 school shootings in the United States so far this year alone. Congressman Josh Gottheimer, thanks so much for joining us.
What is going on here, man? 83 shootings in 1 year. What is going on, man? In schools, this ain't in like streets or something. This is in school. This is in schools, guys. This is just wild. This is absolutely wild. We can't be having this going on in our kids' school. 83 shootings this year alone. Wild. But anyway, thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Okay. Genesis. Thank you for tuning in. All right. So we have today, we have a goal, and it says get 1 extra hour of live streaming when we reach the goal. That's like 10 super chatters. Okay. Whatever you give, you give. I don't know if this gives you the amount to give or whatever, but whatever you give, you give. But it's just saying, like, if we do reach the goal of 10 super chat or 10 super fan, whatever it is, I think it's super chat. Okay, so 10 super chat, and we're gonna do 1 extra hour. Okay, 1 extra hour. What? Even if we do 3 hours, 4 hours, we're still gonna do 1 extra hour as soon as we get to 10. We are on 0 right now, 0 over 10. So you guys get to it. All right. With that being said, let's move on to the next. So the legend, the OG, the 45th, now the 47th, actually had a press briefing today. And this is what a leader does. This is what a commander-in-chief does. Okay, this is what he does. He comes out, he talks to the people, and guess what happens? He answers questions. He doesn't go out there capping. He answers questions. Nobody asked him, okay? Nobody's asking or looking for press briefing from the OG. Everybody's just living their lives because they know this guy reaches out to them on Truth Social, on X, on Instagram. Okay? He reaches out. However, this guy finds it important to come out and talk to the people. Not in the White House, in Mar-a-Lago, his home. He comes out to talk to the people in Mar-a-Lago. Just like, think about it. This guy comes out to talk to the people in Mar-a-Lago, man. That's just amazing and probably insane, because to have press coming to your home, and he's been doing it a long time now. This isn't the first time. He allows the press coming to his home and they ask him questions. That's some OG dog thing, though. That's some OG status right there. Anyway, let's get straight to it. And let's listen to what the OG has to say, man. The legendary Donald J. Trump. Let's go.
RFK, as you know, and Oz, and we had and other people within the administration that are involved. Thank you very much. So it's an honor to be with you. We'll discuss a couple of points. We'll take some questions later if you'd like. I'm sure you might have one or two. I'd be shocked if you didn't. I'd be very impressed. But I'm honored to welcome one of the most accomplished business leaders of our time, the founder and CEO of SoftBank, everybody knows, Masayoshi Son. Masa runs one of the largest companies in Japan and among the most successful investment and technology companies anywhere in the world, one of the most successful investors in the world. And we've just concluded a very productive meeting, and today I'm thrilled to announce that SoftBank will be investing $100 billion in America, creating 100,000 American jobs at a minimum. And he's doing this because he feels very optimistic about our country since the election. And many other people are also coming in with tremendous amounts of money. You probably noticed that a poll was just taken. It's business is literally in 39 years, there's been nothing like it. It's been the biggest increase. Small business owners gave it a 41% jump. It's the biggest jump that we've had in 39 years. And nobody's ever seen anything like it. And it's just, they're very optimistic. This historic investment is a monumental demonstration of confidence in America's future, and it will help ensure that artificial intelligence, emerging technologies, and other industries of tomorrow are built, created, and grown right here in the USA. One of the beautiful things about Masa is he's very much involved with emerging technology, probably knows it maybe better than almost anybody. So it's a great honor, and some of you remember after the 2016 election, also SoftBank committed to invest $50 billion in our country, and they did. And I'm very pleased to say that they kept that promise in every way, shape, and form, and now they're looking to do 100, and I've looked at their books. They do have the possibility of doing more. I'm going to ask them to do a little bit more, but first I'm going to ask him to speak and just to say a few words. Masa, please. Thank you. Thank you. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Legend. Okay, this is just legendary status right here. He comes out, he opens the door, and he says, "We are getting $100 billion in investment." This man is not even the president of the United States right now today. He is, however, the 47th president-elect who is going to start his job officially next month. And he's already coming out telling y'all, look, $100 million in the corner is breathing in the fridge, in the freezer, getting cool, okay? Your president is in the White House sleeping on the world stage while an elected president is right here in his own home, getting deals done. Can never make this up, bro.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Howard. Thank you so much. I'm very, very excited. I would really like to celebrate the great victory of President Trump. And my confidence level to the economy of the United States has tremendously increased with his victory. So because of that, I'm now excited to commit this $100 billion and 100,000 jobs into the United States. This is
$100 billion and 100,000 jobs. He's not the president yet, guys. He is just the president-elect, already giving the people jobs. Oh, man. Come on. Already giving the people jobs. 100,000 jobs. Man, I'm so glad I voted for this dog, man. For this OG, man. That's all I'm going to say.
Double of last time, as President Trump said. Because I say, oh, President Trump is a double down president. I'm going to have to double down, you know. $100 billion and 100,000 jobs. This is, you know, my confidence level, because that has doubled down. So I am truly excited to make this happen. And of course, business is important, technology is important. But one more thing I'm really hoping is that this President Trump would make the world, bring the world into peace again. That's my additional hope. And I think he will actually make it happen. So anyway, I'm excited to go, and we were discussing, and President Trump said, Masa, you know, double down is not enough. Maybe, you know, go for more, right?
That's what I'm going to ask him right now. Would you make it $200 billion instead of he can actually, believe it or not, he can actually afford.
Man, look at this guy. He got $100 billion from this guy called Masa. And he's already asking right then and there, can you make it $200 billion? You think it's asking for himself? It's asking for the people of the United States. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Give respect to who deserves respect. This guy is making deals for his people. He's already a billionaire. He's already, 78 years old? And making deals for the people. OG status, bro.
Would you do that? Would you do that?
Well, my promise is 100, but, you know, he's now asking to do more. I think, you know, with your leadership, my partnership with you, with your support, I will try to make it happen.
That's good.
All right.
200. He'll make it happen. 200 billion investment.
He is a great negotiator.
He's a brilliant guy and did an unbelievable job, and the people of Japan and all over the world are very proud of him. They have tremendous respect for him. So when he does what he just did, and I would be surprised if it didn't go to 2. When you say you'll try, I know you'll do it.
I will really try. And I need your support, though.
You'll have my support.
All right.
You'll have our country's support.
Oh, fantastic.
Thank you, Masa, very much.
Fantastic.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you want to
Great
say hello
event.
to the people of Japan who are all watching?
Well, I'm sure our people in Japan are proud to make the partnership of U.S. and Japan be stronger. And I'm very excited to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Masa.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you. It's amazing. It's a great gentleman, a great leader, and a great investor. So to have that offer made. And we have so many companies coming in now that will be announcing, or that will announce themselves. We don't have to be with them to do it, but they'll be announcing. And as I said, small business optimism took a 41-point jump. 41 points. It went up 41 points. That's unheard of. And that's the biggest they think in recorded history, but they know at least a minimum of 39 years, so that's great. But on behalf of the American people, I want to thank Masa for his faith in what's happening with our country and what's happening with the world. There's a whole light over the entire world. Many people, some reporters, in speaking to them, they said, you know, it actually is true. A couple of them are not necessarily friends of mine, but they said it is actually true that there's a light shining over the world. We're trying to help very strongly in getting the hostages back, as you know, with Israel and the Middle East. We're working very much on that. We're trying to get the war stopped, that horrible, horrible war that's going on in Ukraine, with Russia, Ukraine. We're going to, we've got a little progress. It's a tough one. It's a nasty one. It's nasty. People are being killed at levels that nobody's ever seen. You know, it's very level fields, and the only thing that stops a bullet is a body, a human body. And the number of soldiers that are being killed on both sides is astronomical. I've never seen anything like that. And rapidly, I get reports every week, and it's not even, you know, it's like just they're going down. Nobody's seen anything like it. It's a very flat surface, a very flat land. That's why it's great farming land. It's the breadbasket for the world, actually. But it's very flat, and there's nothing to stop a bullet but a body. There's no protection, no nothing, and it's what's happening there is far worse than people are reporting for both sides. So we're going to do our best, and we've been doing our best, and we'll see what happens. But since the election, I've been working every day to put the world at ease a little bit, to get rid of the wars. We had no wars when I left office, and now it's the whole world is blowing up. But there's great optimism, and you saw that by SoftBank. Starting on day one, we'll implement a rapid series of bold reforms to restore our nation to full prosperity. We're going to go full prosperity and to build the greatest economy the world has ever seen, just as we had just a short time ago. We had it in my term. We had the greatest economy that the world had seen. We were blowing away everybody. Our country was doubling up on China, doubling up on everybody, and everybody knows it. And then we had to slow it down with COVID, unfortunately, at the end. But even then, I gave it back with a substantial increase of the stock market, bigger than it was pre-COVID, so it was pretty amazing. Already preparations are underway to slash massive numbers of job-killing regulations, eliminating 10 old regulations for every new one. You put a new regulation on, you have to get rid of 10, and we'll be able to do it. And that was about the percentage we had. We cut more regulations than any president has ever cut, by far, actually, by approximately 5 times. Some of those regulations, unfortunately, were put back on, but we'll catch up very quickly. We'll catch up with it. One of the things I'd like to ask the Biden administration, as you probably heard, there are 2 events that took place. We're talking about a friendly takeover, a friendly transition, as they like to say. This is a friendly transition, and it is, but there are 2 events that took place that I think are very terrible. One is that if people don't come back to work, come back into the office, they're going to be dismissed. And somebody in the Biden administration gave a 5-year waiver of that, so that for 5 years, people don't have to come back into the office. It involved 49,000 people. For 5 years, they don't have to go. They just signed this thing. It's ridiculous. So it was like a gift to a union, and we're going to obviously be in court to stop it. The other thing is really terrible. We spent a tremendous amount of money on building the wall. The wall was designed specifically by the Border Patrol because it's very hard to climb. They need to have see-through. They need it to be steel because you can't cut. It's very powerful steel. It's very hard steel. It's a special type of steel, but very, very hard to cut. Inside the steel, as you know, we pour concrete, and that's a grade 10 concrete, which is a very strong concrete, very as though you were building about a 60-story building. It's very powerful concrete. They've made tremendous technology advances in the word concrete. Who would think that? But I know that from the construction industry. today what you can do with concrete is incredible. So we have a very strong concrete. And then we have a rebar. We put rebar inside the concrete, and the rebar likewise is very hard to cut. So it's a very expensive process, very expensive wall. And then we put a anti-climb plate on the top. You saw that. And I didn't like the look of it, but then when I watched, we had people testing. We had mountain climbers actually testing, and they were not able to get over the anti-climb plate. So I said, all right, I guess we're going to put it on. That plate on top, which I never loved the look of it, but it works so unbelievably well, you have to do it. So we spent a lot of money on building it, and we have hundreds of miles that we put up. A lot of people don't realize, but we did 571 miles of wall. That's why we had such good records, in addition to the fact that Mexico helped us with their military. They kept people out, and they were actually very good under the past leader. But now we ordered an additional 200 miles of wall. It's very expensive. And now it's about double the price of what it would have been 6 years ago. And the administration is trying to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar, knowing that we're getting ready to put it up. And what they're doing is really an act. It's almost a criminal act. They know we're going to use it, and if we don't have it, we're going to have to rebuild it, and it'll cost double what it cost years ago, and that's hundreds of millions of dollars, because you're talking about a lot of wall. I built much more than I said I was going to build, but then after it was built, I said, you know, we can do some more, because it's sort of like water, people flow through, and that will pretty much really take care of it. And what happened is they just, as you see, they're trying to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar, and that's really that has nothing to do with a smooth transition. That has to do with people really trying to stop our nation. And all it means really is that we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars more, not even talking about the time. The time would be pretty long, but we'll spend hundreds of millions of dollars more on building the same wall that we already have. And people have already come back to us that have deals at 5 cents and 4 cents, and one guy at 3 cents on the dollar, and they offered to sell it back to us at more money than it cost us to build substantially. Can you believe it? So they make a deal with the United States to buy it for pennies, and then they call us and they say, do you want to buy it back? We'll sell it back to you for hundreds of dollars a foot. Hundreds of dollars, from pennies to hundreds of dollars a foot. And we can't let this take place. Now, we're going to go. I spoke with the Attorney General of Texas. I spoke to the senators of Texas. I spoke to a lot of people, and hopefully they'll be able to stop. We're going to be, having a restraining order. But just think about how ridiculous it is. And this is just people that don't want this country to succeed. And this has nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. This has to do with common sense. We won on common sense, and this is maybe one of the most egregious examples I've seen. So the people that are buying it or trying to buy it are trying to make a deal with us to sell it back at hundreds of times more than we paid. And this is all because the Democrats. So I'm asking today Joe Biden to please stop selling the wall. We're going to use that to create a strong barrier, and it worked. That's why our numbers were so good. It really worked, and it worked well. And it's very expensive to do. And I'm asking Joe Biden to stop his people from giving it away. It's something that people can't even believe is happening. So,
yo, Joe, they asking
Joe will be able to stop it.
Yo, Joe, your Bidenomics, your Uncle Joe, they asking you, man, don't sell the goddamn wall. Don't sell the wall. Don't sell the wall. Please, man. Don't sell the wall. Do not sell the wall material for pennies on the dollar. The people needed to secure their borders. Okay, Uncle Joe? Tell the Democrats in the chat to tell their leader not sell the wall. Please, man.
We'll soon unleash American energy, and this will be done at levels not seen before, issuing quick approvals for pipelines, drilling, and other infrastructure. It'll be clean energy, and we'll bring in the price of electricity, and we're going to bring it down fast. We're also going to create clean coal. Clean coal is something that has really taken over. We have coal that will last for over 1,000 years. We have so much coal, and with a process, it becomes clean coal. It's very powerful energy, unlike wind. It's very, very powerful, and we're going to be doing a lot of clean coal for the people of West Virginia and others, Wyoming, so many states. We have great states, and they'll be happy to hear it. But we're going to be very much into clean coal. I don't ever use the word coal. I use the word clean coal. And I'll keep my promise to pass historic tax cuts for American families, workers, and businesses that create jobs in America. As you know, we're giving tax cuts if they do it here. We brought it down from 44%, 42%. In some cases, it was 39%. We brought it all the way down to 21%. And now we're bringing it down to 15%, but only if they make their product, their car, or whatever they're doing in the United States, in the U.S., and people are thrilled. I've had the smartest people on Wall Street call me. They said, "Where'd you get that idea?" And it doesn't seem that complicated, right? But it's it's like the paperclip. Nobody ever thought of it. One guy thought of it. Everybody looked at it. They said, "Wow, that was a good idea. Why didn't I think of it?" But we're bringing it down 6 more points, and that will put us really at the best level we've ever had for bringing in business. We've never been down to that level. We'll be among the lowest taxed states, and a lot of businesses are going to come in. Between that and our taxing and tariff policies, we're going to have business like nobody's ever seen in this country before. That's why we're having a 41-year record in optimism from small businesses and big businesses. And I'll keep my promise to pass historic tax cuts for families, workers, and businesses that create jobs in America. Any business that invests $1 billion or more in the United States will be eligible for fully expedited permits and approvals, including environmental approvals from the federal government. So when companies come in, if they're going to invest $1 billion or more, there'll be many of them, and they'll go into Detroit, and they'll go into a lot of places where we want them. You saw how well I did with the auto workers. We did unbelievably. You saw how well we did with the Teamsters, and also the non-union were record 98%, 97%. Nobody's ever got numbers like that because we're bringing business back, and they're all coming back. We lost them over years of stupidity, I call it. I call it the years of stupidity, the decades of stupidity. Through the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk has been working very hard with various people, including Vivek. We'll going to eliminate hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud. And I can only tell you, I'll give you a little early report, they're finding things that you wouldn't even believe. So we're looking to save maybe $2 trillion. And it'll have no impact. Actually, it'll make life better, but it'll have no impact on people. It's not like we will never cut Social Security or things like that. It's just waste, fraud, and abuse. And we'll immediately restore the sovereign borders of the United States and stop illegal immigration, which is costing us, I believe, trillions of dollars a year. I think it's a cost that nobody's ever seen anything like it. I don't know how can you be satisfied releasing prisoners into the United States. Think of this. You're releasing prisoners from jails all over the world, not just in South America. From the Congo, I would talk about it all the time. They're a very big sender of people. But from all over the world, they're sending prisoners out of their jails. Some of their jails are empty, and they will be empty soon if this ever continued. I spoke with the president of Mexico, and as you know, I spoke with Justin Trudeau of Canada, and we told them it's not fair, not right. You can't let these people come into our country. And they understand. They're very much on notice. And they're going to have to stop this from happening. They're going to have to stop it. We lose a lot of money to Mexico. We lose a lot of money to Canada, tremendous amount. We're subsidizing Canada. We're subsidizing Mexico. That can't go on. And I get along with the people of Mexico and Canada very well, but we can't let that happen. Why are we supporting and giving other countries hundreds of billions of dollars? It's not fair. It's not right. And the people of Mexico and Canada fully understand that. We've talked about it before, but now we're doing something about it. We started, and then we had to fix the COVID situation, and that's what we did. but now we're doing it. We're doing it from the beginning. Howard will be largely in charge. We'll be working on it together. Howard's terrific. He's done a fantastic job, and he's really helped us a lot with transition. I think we have fantastic people coming in. So all of these policies will help us rapidly defeat inflation, create millions of new jobs, and put money in the pockets of the hardworking families of our country, pay off debt. We're going to be paying off a tremendous amount of debt. We're $36 trillion, want to be there. And we're going to be using a lot of the money that we make. We're going to be opening up a lot of businesses are going to be pouring.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. Okay, so we're having a good time. I can tell you that much. Okay, so whoever made the allegation is out of here. I don't know where he is or where they are, because these folks, they identify as they, them, shim, and us. So I don't know where they are or where he/him is. But yeah. They spoke about being more American than I am because they were born in the United States and because I am a naturalized citizen. Okay. I'm like, yo, I do more than probably do more. Okay. Probably do more than you do. And you were born in the United States. And I've met a lot of people in the United States that tell you, you know what? My goal is to get a lot of money and move out of the United States. Like, this is real life facts. I talk to people and what they tell me is, you know what? I just want to make money and get out of this SHIT hole. And I'm looking at them like, bro, I came from another country. I could tell you for a fact, you can never survive 1 week where I came from. But you want to leave here. You think you are in such a bad place. Why do you think people are coming here in droves? Some people are dying to come here. Okay? And you're saying you are in a SHIT hole. So this is what people are saying in real life, especially Democrats. Okay, they're like, I just want to get out of this. I'm like, bro. And especially the brown skin community. They want to tell you, you know what? I just want to go back to the motherland, man. I want to go back to where I came from. I am actually from the motherland. And you can never survive 1 week in the motherland, okay? Because you think it's sweet. It ain't sweet. You think it's green on the other side. It ain't green on the other side. You think you can survive. You can never survive because you're used to fast food. You're hungry, you go to McDonald's, okay? You have 24/7 electricity right here. You don't like it, will you? Go back to the motherland, guys. You want to go back to the motherland so bad. Go back to the motherland. Okay? Go back.
And because of our tax policy. And we're going to use the money that we made to pay off debt and to reduce taxes. We're going to further reduce taxes. If you remember when we reduced them last time, that brought a tremendous amount. We brought it down to 21%, and that was the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And nobody ever thought this would happen, but this is what's supposed to happen. We actually ended up taking in more revenue at 21 than we did at 40%, which was pretty amazing. But this will be the most exciting and successful period of reform and renewal in all of American history, maybe of global history. The golden age of America, I call it. It's begun. So it's the golden age of America, and that's what it's going to be. And we hope we don't have any intervening problems because things happen. Like out of nowhere came the China virus. Out of nowhere came other things. We don't want to have, when I left, we had no wars. We had no problems. The Middle East was good. We did the Abraham Accords. We did things that nobody thought were even possible. But think of it, 4 years ago, we had no wars. You didn't have Russia going into Ukraine. They wouldn't have done it. They weren't even thinking about it. When they saw what happened in Afghanistan, I think they gave them an idea. But they wouldn't have done it. They would have never gone. President Putin would have never gone in. And now you look at all those people are dead. All those cities are destroyed. It's nice to say they want their land back, but the cities are largely destroyed. They've left Kiev because probably maybe they want to use it or occupy it, but they haven't done it. They've done a lot of damage, but relatively compared to the other cities, very little. but many of those cities are gone. Those beautiful towers, those beautiful buildings that they had, are now laying on their sides, destroyed, totally destroyed. The turrets and all of the magnificent 1,000-year-old, 2,000-year-old structures that were very strong are blown to smithereens. You look at some of those cities and not one building standing. So, you know, when you say take over the country, take over what? Take over what? That's a 100-year rebuild. Take 100 years to rebuild it, and you can never have it the way it was. What a shame. It should have never happened. It would have never happened. If I were president, that war would have never happened. Nor would Israel have happened with the attack on Israel. So we're inheriting big challenges at home and all over the world. Again, we had no wars. We had no problems. We had no inflation. We had it less than 1%. A perfect number. And then we had inflation, the likes of which I say, I don't believe the country's ever seen inflation like that. They say 38 years. I don't know. I think it's probably ever. But we're going to take care of all of it.
Come on, man. Come on. Vegas, you remember this guy. He's been here since, like, I think September. Monkey, how long have you been here for? Probably September or like August, September. I don't know. He used to be like, yo, why are you voting for this dude? Come on, man. This guy is going to deport you. Come on, man. You should be voting for Kamala Harris. And you're going to be so sorry because Kamala Harris is going to win the election. And I'm going to come back to your live stream and I'm going to tell you that I told you so. You don't remember this dude? He used to say all that. He used to be my guy in the beginning because he was like polite. But now everybody's like butt hurt because the OG, swept. He swept all the disasters policy away. No, of course he loves me. That's why he's here. He's always here. Monkey's always here. I think we probably blocked Monkey one time and he came back. He came back with another profile. Okay. Monkey, you said that this guy is going to deport me and you're going to come back here after the election and you're going to tell me I told you so. Okay, tell me what you said. If you didn't say all this, what did you say? Let me know what you said in the comment section, bro.
We're going to get the prices down by energy. The energy is going to come in. We have more energy than anybody else. We're going to use it. We don't have to buy energy from Venezuela when we have 50 times more than they do. It's just insane what we're doing. So we will not rest until America is richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. And we have a big head start. Last time we didn't. And last time we didn't know the people. We didn't know a lot of things. But by the time we got it up and going, it was incredible. Again, we built the greatest economy in history for that period of time. And we'll do it again. I believe substantially more so. Because we understand, number one, the people of Washington. I know them. I didn't know any of them virtually. I relied on other people for recommendations. Some were very good recommendations. We had some great people. Bob Lighthizer, I thought was great. We had a lot of great people. And but we had some people that I wouldn't have used in retrospect. And now I know them better than anybody, better than they know themselves. So once again, I'd like to thank Massa for what he's done with that investment, which will end up being $200 billion, I believe. But I just want to thank him. He's just an outstanding man. When you have that kind of brain power wanting to invest in this country, and that's money that he can't invest elsewhere. So that's a big investment, but makes me feel very good. Makes me feel that we're absolutely on the right track. So thank you to Massa, and we'll take a couple of questions. Yeah, please. Jeff. Yeah.
And have you spoken to President Putin since your election?
Well, I'm not going to comment on the Putin question, but I will comment on Bibi. We had a very good talk. We discussed what is going to happen, and I'll be very available on January 20th, and we'll see. As you know, I gave warning that if these hostages aren't back home by that date, all hell's going to break out, and very strong. but we generally just discussed. I asked him, where are things? Mike Waltz they're doing a great job, by the way. Everybody is very happy. I think he's doing a fantastic job. But he was very much involved in the call. But it was a recap call more than anything else.
President Trump, how do you plan to stop the ban on TikTok next month?
Who?
How do you plan to stop the ban on TikTok next month?
We'll take a look at TikTok. You know, I have a warm spot in my heart for TikTok because I won youth by 34 points. And there are those that say that TikTok had something to do with that. Now, Joe Rogan did, and some of the other people that were recommended by my son Barron, he knew names. I said, who is that? Tell me, who's that? Dad, you gotta be kidding. I can't believe you don't know. And I did those interviews, and it was actually sort of cute. Do you want to know the truth? But we did them, and that had an impact. But TikTok had an impact, and so we're taking a look at it. But, you know, we won youth. Republicans are always 30 points down in youth. I don't know why, but we ended up finishing. There was one poll that showed us down about 30. We were 35 or 36 points up with young people. So I have a little bit of a warm spot in my heart, I'll be honest. Yes,
President are you entertaining the idea of preemptive strikes against Iran's nuclear facilities?
Against who?
Against Iran's nuclear facilities?
Well, I can't tell you that. I mean,
would you?
I mean, it's a wonderful question, but how can am I going to do preemptive strikes? Why would I say that? Can you imagine if I said yes or no? You'd say, that was strange that he answered that way. Am I going to do preemptive strikes on Iran? Is that a serious question? How could I answer a question like that? Say it.
Would you be in support of Israeli strikes on Iran's?
How could I tell you a thing like that now? It's just so you don't talk about that before something may or may not happen. You know, just I don't want to insult you. I just think it's just not something that I would ever answer having to do with there or any other place in the world.
President Trump. Can I ask, just clearly, do you believe there's a connection between vaccines and autism? Do you believe there's a link?
Well, I don't look. Right now, you have some very brilliant people looking at it. I had dinner the other night with the head of Pfizer, the head of Eli Lilly, and RFK, as you know, and Oz. And we had, and other people within the administration that are involved, in the medical. And we're looking to find out, you know, if you look at autism, so 30 years ago we had, I've heard numbers of like 1 in 200,000, 1 in 100,000. And now I'm hearing numbers of 1 in 100. So something's wrong. There's something wrong. And we're going to find out about it.
What about the president?
Can I follow up on Robert Kennedy? He's on the Hill today. He's meeting with senators. What do you say to people who are worried that his views on vaccines will translate into policies that will make their kids less safe?
No, I think he's going to be much less radical than you would think. I think he's got a very open mind, or I wouldn't have put him there. He's going to be very much less radical. But there are problems. I mean, we don't do as well as a lot of other nations, and those nations use nothing. And we're going to find out what those problems are. And another thing that came up, the dinner was fascinating because I had Bobby and I had, again, the head of Pfizer. You know who that is. He's a highly respected man who has run an incredible company, likewise with Lilly, the top two people. And we had the head of the industry also. So all companies were represented. And I said, let's have it out now a little bit. And you know what came out of that meeting is that we're paying far too much because we're paying much more than other countries. And we have laws that make it impossible to reduce. And we have a thing called the middleman. You know the middleman, right? The horrible middleman that makes more money, frankly, than the drug companies, and they don't do anything except they're a middleman. We're going to knock out the middleman. I'm going to be very unpopular after that statement.
Mr. President,
I don't know who these middlemen are, but they are rich as hell. And we're going to knock out the middlemen. We're going to get drug costs down at levels that nobody has ever seen before. And that really, I tell you, we spent more time talking about that with Bobby and with the executives and Oz, all of them. We spent more time talking about that than anything else.
Thanks, President Trump. What about the polio vaccine?
Well, I'm a big believer in it, and I think everything should be looked at, but I'm a big believer in the polio vaccine, the Salk vaccine.
Do you think schools should mandate vaccines? Do you think schools should mandate vaccines?
I don't like mandates. I'm not a big mandate person. So, I was against mandates. Mostly Democrat governors did the mandates, and they did a very poor thing. It was, in retrospect, they made a big mistake having to do with the education of children. They lost like a year, 2 years of their lives. The mandate was a bad thing. I was against the mandate.
So is that something you'd want to?
Mr. President,
Yes, please.
do you expect Ron DeSantis to appoint Laura Trump to Senator Marco Rubio's seat?
No, I don't. I probably don't, but I don't know. Ron's doing a good job. That's his choice, nothing to do with me. Laura's unbelievable. I mean, she was incredible. The job she did at the RNC as chairman, along with Michael Whatley, the combination. But I can just speak for Laura. She is so highly respected by women. I mean, even her workout routines are through the roof. She lifts 150 pounds. I don't know how the hell she does it. She's a bad example for men and women's sports, because I wouldn't be able to beat her, I don't believe. I'd try like hell. But no, she's an incredible woman. And, it's funny, people oftentimes talk about nepotism. I never had, when I put her there, people said, how did you get her to do it? She could have run for the Senate in North Carolina. Ted Budd would be the first to say. And he wouldn't have run. Nobody would have run. And she just said, no, I want to really focus on my children. When the election, and my family, she has a great family. When the election started getting closer, I asked her, would she go to Washington and work on the, as chairman of the committee along with Michael Whatley. And they did such an unbelievable job, especially on cheating. They stopped it, or at least they stymied it. Too big to rig. And we won in a landslide. We won tremendously. She did an amazing job. Now Ron is going to have to make, because Marco has been really a star already. And we haven't started, but, we see signs of from some people, or very early, we see signs of stardom. And Marco has done incredibly. He's sort of born for it. It was such an easy decision. The Marco decision was such an easy, but he leaves a vacancy in Florida, and Ron's going to have to make that decision, and he'll make the right decision. I also know that Laura's got so many other things. I mean, she's got so many other things. People want her to be on television. They want to give her contracts. Her predominant thought is our country and her family. Those are her thoughts. But she's got so many other things that she's talking about.
Mr. President.
He'll make the right decision.
Mr. President.
Should senators who oppose your nominees, your cabinet nominees, should they be primaried?
If they are unreasonable, I'll give you a different answer, an answer that you'll be shocked to hear. If they're unreasonable, if they're opposing somebody for political reasons or stupid reasons, I would say has nothing to do with me. I would say they probably would be primaried. But if they're reasonable, fair, and really disagree with something or somebody, I could see that happening. But I do believe that if they're I think we have great people. I think we have a great group of people. Pam has been unbelievably received. You take a look, Pam Bondi. So many have been just unbelievably received. I think Pete Hegseth is making tremendous strides over the last week. He's going to be great. Look, he went to Princeton, he went to Harvard, he was a great student there, but he really was, from the first day I met him, all he wanted to talk about was military. He's just a military guy. I think it's a natural. This was my idea. And Pete Hegseth gave up a lot because he was going big places in Fox, big places, a lot of money. And he didn't even hesitate. When I said, do you want to do this? He said, absolutely. I said, if it doesn't work out, you'll never have the opportunity that you have right now in terms of the world of entertainment or business, whatever you want to call it. You'll never have that opportunity again. In fact, it could be just the opposite because it's nasty out there. He said, I don't care. I have to do it for my country. He gave up a tremendous amount. If this didn't work, it would be a tragedy. But that's what he loves. He loves the military. I never talked to him about anything else. He'd talk about the military. He'd come to see me about a soldier that was unfairly treated and could I help? That's the only thing I virtually ever talked to him about. And I always remembered it. I've seen him many times, and I don't think I've ever had a subject on anything other than military with him. That's where his love is. And he didn't say, well, I'd like to think about it. I'd like to talk to my family. He said, not even a contest. And, you know, he was going through the roof over there. He was doing great. They have the #1 show that Saturday and Sunday with Will and Rachel. That was great chemistry. And if this didn't work out for him, it would be actually sort of tragic. Yeah.
Would you consider pardoning Eric Adams?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. I think that he was treated pretty unfairly. Now, I haven't seen the gravity of it all, but it seems, you know, like being upgraded in an airplane many years ago. I know probably everybody here has been upgraded. They see you're all stars, and they say, I want to upgrade that person from NBC. I'm going to upgrade him. And that would mean you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. I don't know. Somehow, I hope not. I mean, I'd have to see it because I don't know the facts. I think he was treated. You know, it's very interesting. When he essentially went against what was happening with the migrants coming in, and, you know, he made some pretty strong statements like, this is not sustainable. I said, you know what? He'll be indicted soon. And I said it not as a prediction, a little bit lightheartedly, but I said it. I said, he's going to be indicted. And a few months later, he got indicted. So, yeah, I would certainly look at it. Yes.
Mr. President, can I ask you a question about the drones?
With 900 troops in Syria, are you planning on pulling them when you get into office, or will you make...
Well, you know, we had 5,000 troops along the border, and I asked a couple of generals, so we have an army of 250,000 in Syria, and you had an army of 400,000. They have many more people than that. Turkey is a major force, by the way, and Erdogan is somebody I got along with great, but he has a major military force, and his has not been worn out with war. It hasn't been worn out with all of the other things. I mean, he's built a very strong, powerful army. And so we have 5,000 soldiers in between a 5 million person army and a 250,000 person army. And I asked the general, what do you think of that situation? He said, they'll be wiped out immediately. And I moved them out and I took a lot of heat. And you know what happened? Nothing. Nothing. I saved a lot of lives. Now we have 900. They put some back. But 900, if you're talking about two, now one of the sides has been essentially wiped out, but nobody knows who the other side is. But I do. You know who it is? Turkey. Okay? Turkey's the one behind it. He's a very smart guy. They've wanted it for thousands of years, and he got it. And those people that went in are controlled by Turkey. And that's okay. It's another way to fight. But no, I don't think that I want to have our soldiers killed. But I don't think that will happen now anyway because the one side's been decimated.
Mr. President, I want to ask you a question about the drones.
Are you concerned about more unrest in that region, or do you think it will calm?
Well, nobody knows what the final outcome is going to be in the region. You know, nobody knows who really the final. I believe it's Turkey, and I think Turkey is very smart. He's a very smart guy, and he's very tough. But Turkey did an unfriendly takeover without a lot of lives being lost. I can say that Assad was a butcher. What he did to children. You remember I attacked him with the 58 missiles, unbelievable missiles coming from ships 700 miles away, and every one of them hit their target. But I did that. That was the red line in the sand. Obama drew it, and then he refused to honor what he did. He said, if anybody goes across the red line, and Assad killed many more children after that, and Obama did nothing, but I did. I hit him with a lot of missiles. In fact, President Xi was sitting here the night he was in that dining room having chocolate cake. Remember the famous chocolate cake?
Famous chocolate
and that's
cake.
when I explained what we were doing as the missiles were shot. And it was amazing as to precision because every one of those missiles hit its target from a long distance away. Had President Obama drawn the line and where it meant something, you wouldn't have even had Russia there. But in the end, I never understood why Russia went there. They were not getting very much out of it. But now their time is taken up with Ukraine, and we'd like to get them to stop on Ukraine, and Ukraine stop also. As you know, when I went to the cathedral, which was fantastic, the job that they've done in France, and the job that Macron, Emmanuel did a phenomenal job on the rebuilding of that cathedral. It's magnificent, and they did a great thing. And they had great respect for our country. They treated me, meaning I'm the country, I'm the representative of our country, and we were treated with great respect. And one of the people that came to pay his respects is, as you know, Ukraine, Zelensky. And he would like to have peace. He wants peace. Everyone's being killed. It's the worst carnage that this world has seen since World War II. I've had pictures of fields where bodies are lying on top of bodies. Looks like the old pictures of the Civil War, where just bodies are all over. Just if you saw those pictures, you'd feel more strongly about it. It's got to stop. And we're trying to get it to stop. Well, we're gonna see. We're going to be talking. We'll be talking to President Putin, and we'll be talking to the representatives, Zelensky and representatives from Ukraine. We got to stop it. It's carnage.
What about the fear here at home of the drones?
Thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Can you comment on the drones that are flying around New Jersey ports? It seems like the American people have a big disconnect.
The government knows what is happening. Look, our military knows where they took off from. If it's a garage, they can go right into that garage. They know where it came from and where it went. And for some reason, they don't want to comment. And I think they'd be better off saying what it is. Our military knows, and our president knows. And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense. I can't imagine it's the enemy, because if it was the enemy, they'd blast it out. Even if they were late, they'd blast it. Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people, and they should, because the people are really, they happen to be over Bedminster.
Will you shoot them down?
They're very close to Bedminster. I think maybe I won't spend the weekend in Bedminster. I've decided to cancel my trip.
Have you received an intelligence briefing on the?
And that's just wild to know that. And this is something I want to ask, the Democrats. What do you think about the drones flying across the United States, New Jersey, New York? Now people are saying they're seeing it in California. In Georgia, people are saying they're seeing it in Augusta. So it's like, what is going on, guys? The least the commander-in-chief can do is, you know what, you guys, don't worry about this. This is what's going on. You don't have to worry about it. It's some sort of test or something. Just come out and tell the people something. Why do you guys keep things to yourself? Now people are worried. Now this is a big, huge news. Everybody's talking about the drones in New Jersey, the drones in New York, the drones all over the country. Why would the commander-in-chief not come out? FBI is saying nothing. Homeland Security is saying absolutely nothing. Pentagon, of course, they always have nothing to say. Shout out to Nia Boktruk. Nia Boktruk, man, it's been a while, bro. Nia Boktruk, my G, was good.
Drones?
I don't want to comment on that.
Have you been?
Do you have any reason to think they're a threat?
Two quick questions. First, on vaccines, do you want RFK Jr. to revoke any vaccines?
Here we go.
No, I want him to come back with a report as to what he thinks. We're going to find out a lot. We're doing two things. We're going to have tremendous cost savings will come out of this. That's a minimum. And we're also going to have, and I think, very serious discussions about certain things, whether it's pesticides. Europe doesn't use pesticides, and yet they have a better mortality rate than we do. They don't use pesticides. In fact, they use it as an excuse not to take our farm product. We spend billions and billions of dollars on pesticides, and something bad's happening. Again, you take a look at autism today versus 20, 25 years ago. It's like not even believable. So we're going to have reports. No, nothing's going to happen very quickly. I think you're going to find that Bobby he's a very rational guy. I found him to be very rational. No, nothing, you're not going to lose the polio vaccine. That's not going to happen. I saw what happened with the polio. I have friends that were very much affected by that. I have friends from many years ago, and they have obviously they're still in not such good shape because of it. No, that was, and many people died. And the moment they took that vaccine, it ended. Dr. Jonas Salk did a great job, so I don't anticipate that at all. But we're going to look into finding why is the autism rate so much higher than it was 20, 25, 30 years ago. I mean, it's 100 times higher. There's something wrong, and we're going to try finding that. We're also going to find out why are we paying more than other countries. And we were in the process of doing that through transparency and other things. We were doing a good job in that first term, and we brought it down. We got the $35, all of the different things. We got, we were the ones that got all of that done. Every one of those things, we got them done. I said, I hope I win, because otherwise somebody's going to take a lot of credit for what we did. But now what happens is we're gonna have a big conversation on price. Why is it that Germany and UK and other countries are paying so much more for the same box of medicine made in the same plant? Why is it that we're paying many times more? And I know the answer, because our government didn't do what they were supposed to do. And what I put in place was terminated unexpectedly by the Biden administration, and they shouldn't have terminated it. It would have had a huge impact.
And Mr. President, one quick question. On Ukraine, you mentioned that some of the areas are already decimated. Do you believe that Ukraine should cede territory to Russia?
Well, I'm going to let you know that after I have my first meeting. But a lot of that territory, when you look at what's happened to those, I mean, there are cities that there's not a building standing. It's a demolition site. There's not a building standing. So people can't go back to those cities. There's nothing there. It's just rubble. Just like when I knocked down a building in Manhattan, which is actually, this is worse, actually, because we do it step by step. This thing has just got demolished. And by the way, in those buildings are many people. Many people were in those buildings. When they say the number in Ukraine is going to be a much higher number of death, is going to be a much higher number than you're hearing. They're big buildings. That's what I did very well. And these are very long buildings. They're 15 to 20 stories high. They're massive buildings. I was surprised at how big. And they're flattened like a pancake. 1 or 2 bombs hit them, and they just collapsed. And they'd say, nobody was hurt. Well, nobody knows who was in those buildings. There were a lot of people in those buildings. They're going to find that when they start doing the removal. Many more people are being killed in the Ukraine war with Russia than is being reported, and that includes soldiers. The soldiers are being, it's a carnage that we haven't seen since the Second World War. It's got to be stopped, and I'm doing my best to stop it. Yeah, please, go ahead.
You had a meeting with Mrs. Abe yesterday, but Japanese Prime Minister Mrs. Abe, yeah, and Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba is hoping to have a meeting anytime soon.
I will do that. In fact, I sent him a memento. I sent him a book, the Prime Minister. But Mrs. Abe was very close with our First Lady, with Melania, and she loved Melania's book. And she called and wanted to know if she could have. I was very close to the Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe. He was great. He was a great man. And his wife wanted to know if it would be possible to have dinner. And it was just out of respect to Shinzo. And yes, I'd love to see the Prime Minister, and we will do that. I actually sent him a book and some other things for him through Mrs. Abe.
Will that happen before the inauguration day?
It could. If they'd like to do that, I would do that, yeah.
Sir, President Trump, just to clarify.
I have great respect for the, for the position, and if he'd like to do that, I'd be here.
And you have the border that Ambassador to Japan will be George Glass. Is that your final decision?
Highly respected man. That's right. Highly respected. He's been an ambassador before. Did a fantastic job. We consider Japan very important. He's very highly respected. Okay, couple of
Which other world leaders have you invited to the inauguration? Which other world leaders have you invited to the inauguration?
The world leaders are calling me, and some really
coming?
would like to meet. No, I mean literally, they're calling me, and I'll be seeing some of them. I think it's rude not to. I mean, it's hard to say I'm not going to see you, and I've spoken to way over 100, where they called to congratulate on not only the election, but the size of the election, the extent of the victory. And they were great. I mean, I spoke to over 100 countries. You wouldn't believe how many countries there are. And I'm trying the best I can to get back to everybody, but there are a lot of countries, and every one of them, literally everyone called, and it was very nice. So, yeah, I'd see some if some felt it was an emergency. I've seen, as you know, I've seen President Zelensky. He came to France while I was there for the cathedral opening. They actually had about 70 presidents and prime ministers, and in one case, a king. We saw some great people. I also met with William, and I was very impressed by William. I think William is terrific. I was very impressed by William. As you know, I met with him, too.
Are you just
President Trump, please question about that.
Did you invite Zelensky to the inauguration?
No, but if you'd like to come, I'd like to have him. I mean, I didn't invite him, no.
Are you disappointed Are you disappointed that China's Xi won't be at the inauguration?
I don't know that he won't be at the inauguration. I mean, I haven't really spoken to him about it. I don't know that, actually. I would say that if he'd like to come, I'd love to have him. But there's been nothing much discussed. I have had discussions with him, letters, et cetera, at a very high level. You know, we had a very good relationship until COVID. COVID didn't end the relationship, but it was a bridge too far for me. But if he'd like to come, I'd certainly be. He hasn't, just so you understand, he hasn't said one way or the other. Because a lot of people say he won't come, he will come. People think he will come, he won't come. It's something we barely discussed, just about didn't discuss. But I have had, especially through letters, some very good conversations.
Have you had conversations with Venezuela?
You know, because China and the United States can together solve all of the problems of the world, if you think about it. So it's very important. And, you know, he was a friend of mine. I mean, he was here for a long time, right in that spot, except sitting in a very comfortable chair. He wasn't standing like you are. But we spent hours and hours talking. And, you know, he's an amazing guy.
Have you spoken to Venezuela?
The press hates when I say that, but he's an amazing person.
Have you spoken to anyone in Venezuela, sir? On the border. If I could just ask you on the border. Hold on one second, real quick.
The United Healthcare shooting, the shooting of the CEO in New York. Can you give us your thoughts about that? And what do you make of the reaction around the suspected shooter? Does that tell you anything about how people
I think it's a terrible thing. I think it's really terrible that some people seem to admire him, like him. And I was happy to see that it wasn't specific to this gentleman that was killed. It's just an overall sickness as opposed to a specific sickness. That was a terrible thing. It was cold-blooded, just a cold-blooded, horrible killing. And how people can like this guy is, that's a sickness, actually. That's really very bad, especially the way it was done. It was so bad, right in the back. And very bad, very thing like that. You can't believe that some people, and maybe it's fake news. I don't know. It's hard to believe that that can even be thought of. But it seems that there's a certain appetite for him. I don't get it. Yeah, please.
Could you just comment on?
I want to expand on the defamation lawsuits. Could you see moving that to other people with individual platforms, social media influencers, people that
or newspapers? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I do. I think you have to do it because they're very dishonest. We need a great media. We need a fair media. We need, it's very important. And we need borders. We need walls, but we need borders and we need fair elections. You look at California, millions and millions of ballots were sent out. They're still counting the vote in California with the machines. They're counting the vote. If you had paper ballots.
That's the funniest, man. Yo. The Democratic goddamn city is still counting the votes. They're still counting the votes in California, guys. Yo, Monkey, y'all still counting the vote in California? Man.
Ballots of votes would have been counted 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. No, you need fair elections, you need borders, and you need a fair press. And the press is. No, I see others. I have a few others that I'm doing. I'm going to, as an example, I'm doing this not because I want to. I'm doing this because I feel I have an obligation to. I'm going to be bringing one against the people in Iowa, their newspaper, which had a very, very good pollster who got me right all the time. And then just before the election, she said I was going to lose by 3 or 4 points, and it became the biggest story all over the world.
All right. My guy, Nia Book Truck, just sent in a super chat. So this guy right here, he's been supporting the channel even way before we got monetized. We got the YouTube partnership. And I just wanted him to confirm because he was asking, yo, did you get the partnership program or whatever it's called? I don't even know what's called yet because we just got confirmed like 20 days ago. So yeah, Neil Book Truck. Now he used to do like he would ask, what's your Cash App? That's how he used to like send gifts to support the channel because we weren't monetized for a long time. And, you know, people said, you know, the content was hurting them or whatever. But shout out to YouTube and shout out to everybody for tuning in. But yeah, Nia Book Truck, God bless you. Thank you for tuning in. And thank you for this super chat. God bless you. Also, Josh Allen, thank you. Mobile app, thank you. Man, everybody, thank you for tuning in, man. Thank you. Vegas Woman 702. You know what time it is, Vegas. Let's go.
World, because I was going to win Iowa by 20 points. The farmers loved me, and I loved the farmers. And it was interesting the way she did it. She brought it down 2 weeks before. She said I was going to only win by 4. That was a big story. But that was good because she brought it down from like 22 points to 4 or whatever the number was. Way up. Easy win. Never even thought to go there. I respect them. I love them. And they understand there's no reason to go there because she brought it from way up, walk away, which it was. And it turned out to be in the election, too, by the way. It was a win by many, many points. And then she brought it down very smartly to 4 a couple of weeks before. And everyone said, wow, that's amazing. He's only up by 4 points. Then she brought it down to where I was down by 3 or 4, whatever number she used. And that was the Des Moines Register. And it was their parent. And in my opinion, it was fraud and it was election interference. You know, she's gotten me right always. She's a very good pollster. She knows what she was doing. And she then quit before. And we'll probably be filing a major lawsuit against them today or tomorrow. We're filing one on 60 Minutes, you know about that, where they took Kamala's answer, which was a crazy answer, a horrible answer, and they took the whole answer out and they replaced it with something else she said later on in the interview, which wasn't a great answer, but it wasn't like the first one. The first was grossly incompetent. It was weird. And that was fraud and election interference by their news magazine, a big part of CBS News. So as you know, we're involved in that one. We're involved in one which has been going on for a while and very successfully against Bob Woodward, where he didn't quote me properly from the tapes. And then on top of everything else, he sold the tapes, which he wasn't allowed to do. He could only use them for reporting purposes, not for sale purposes. And he admits that. And I think we'll be successful on that one. And we have one very interestingly on Pulitzer, because reporters at the New York Times, Washington Post got Pulitzer Prizes for their wonderful, accurate, and highly professional reporting on the Russia hoax. Well, it turned out to be a hoax, and they were exactly wrong. People, like many people, John Solomon, Sean Hannity's not for Pulitzer, but Sean Hannity got it right. Many people got it right. Tucker got it right. Jesse got it right. Laura got it right. Janine got it right. A lot of people got it right. They didn't get anything. They gave it to reporters that got it absolutely wrong. And now everybody admits it was a hoax. And I want them to take back the Pulitzer Prizes and pay big damages. And I think we're doing very well on that one. They have no excuse for it. They gave a Pulitzer Prize to writers that got Russia wrong. And so I think we're doing well. And I feel I have to do this. I shouldn't really be the one to do it. It should have been Justice Department or somebody else, but I have to do it. It costs a lot of money to do it, but we have to straighten out the press. Our press is very corrupt, almost as corrupt as our elections.
Are you worried about Venezuela? Sir, if you had any discussions with Venezuela?
For January 6th defendants, you had said in the first few minutes of your administration you want to issue.
Okay, you guys, I just want you to tell me, when was the last time Biden answered questions like this? I don't think I can remember when. The last time I saw him, he was sleeping in Angola. He was literally sleeping in Angola. Man.
Issue pardons for January 6th defendants. Does that include, will that be a blanket pardon? Does that include
Well, you'll find
everyone?
out, but it's going to go quickly.
And just to follow up on your
Have you had any discussion, sir, with in terms of your mass deportation plans, have you had any preliminary discussions with countries like Venezuela, from where the Tren de Aragua gang is now popping up?
They'll
across the
take them
country?
back.
They're going to take them back?
They're all taking them back, yep. And if they don't, they'll be met very harshly economically. Okay, they'll all take them back. You know, Venezuela and other countries were not behaving very well with us during my administration, and within 24 hours they were behaving very well. They'll all take them back.
And separately, can I ask a follow-up
Jeff?
on that?
Nice to see you, Jeff. This is like the old days, right?
Nice to see you too.
You've looked, actually, you look much better now than you did 4 years ago. What are you doing? What's he doing? All right, go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
It's Mary Eber.
First day you just mentioned that you're in office. I imagine you've got some executive orders that you're
Yeah, a
going
lot
to
of
go
them.
through. Can you tell us what
We'll have a lot. Well,
what are your priorities?
I bet you could tell, you could say as well as I could. We will have many executive orders and other things that we'll be signing on the first day.
Can you also, just going back to my initial question about the Middle East, you said that your conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu was kind of a review. Did you repeat
We
that
just had a
threat?
very good conversation. And, you know, the real conversations will start on the 20th. But we had a really good conversation, and I think we're going to be in a good place in the Middle East. I think the Middle East will be in a good place. I think actually more difficult is going to be the Russia-Ukraine situation. I see that as more difficult.
When you say there will be
I don't think they should have allowed missiles to be shot 200 miles into Russia. I think that was a bad thing. And that brought the Koreans in, you know, North Korea, another man I get along with very well. I'm the only one that does. But that did a lot of bad things. I don't think that should have been allowed. Not when there's a possibility, and certainly not just weeks before I take over. Why would they do that without asking me what I thought? I wouldn't have had them do that. I think that was a big mistake they made.
Will you reverse that decision when you're in office? To let those
I might, yeah.
missiles be
I thought
used?
it was a very stupid thing to do.
And when you
Do
say
you have any reaction to
just one
Duke
last one
Cross?
on this, when you say that there will be hell to pay if the hostages are not released before January 20th, what does that mean?
Well, they're going to have to determine what that means. But it means it won't be pleasant.
Mr. President,
It's not,
how was your meeting?
it's not going to be pleasant, yeah?
How was your meeting with Apple CEO Tim Cook, and did you talk about tariffs in that meeting?
Meeting with who?
Apple CEO Tim Cook.
I did have dinner with Tim Cook.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. Okay, so I just got a Cash App from Connie Parrish. Connie Parrish, thank you for the Cash App. God bless you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I didn't know you asked of my Cash App before because I'm sorry, I didn't know. But thank you so much for the Cash App donation. You are absolutely wonderful. God bless you. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Shout out to Connie Parrish for the Cash App donation. And she actually donated $20. God bless you, Connie. And yeah, I really appreciate it. Okay. Thank you. Let's keep going.
I had dinner with sort of almost all of them, and the rest are coming. And this is one of the big differences, I think, between, we were talking about it before, one of the big differences between the first term. In the first term, everybody was fighting me. In this term, everybody wants to be my friend. I don't know. My personality changed or something. But I had, as you know, I had Sundar from Google, but I also had Sergey. Nobody reported that. Sergey is the owner, the primary owner, along with his friend, as you know. And Sergey was here also. I can't believe you didn't pick that one up. Nobody picked that up. But I will tell you, no, it's a big difference. The big difference is that the first time everybody was fighting me on all fronts. And we had a great administration. We got the biggest tax cuts in history, rebuilt the military. Too much of it was given away to Afghanistan, stupidly given away, horribly given away. I think that's one of the reasons that Putin went in to Ukraine when he saw the stupidity of Milley and these guys. They're stupid people, very stupid people. If they didn't do such a bad, we were pulling out of Afghanistan, but I would have pulled out with dignity and strength. They wouldn't be having parades, I guarantee you, showing our equipment that they left behind, because we weren't going to leave any equipment behind, not 10 cents. We were going to take every screw and every bolt. Yeah, the biggest difference is that people want to get along with me this time. Well, they've gone through 4 years, and, it wasn't easy for me, but it wasn't easy for them either. And that's a great thing, though. Getting along is a great thing. So Tim Cook was here. I think he's done an incredible job at Apple, and he talked about the future of Apple. It's going to be a bright future. But we have many others also, and not in that business. And we do have Jeff Bezos, Amazon, coming in sometime during the week. I look forward to that. We have a lot of great executives coming in. The top executives, the top bankers, they're all calling. And honestly, in the first time, I don't know what it was. It's like a complete opposite. In the first one, and the press has covered that fairly, actually, for change. The first one, they were very hostile. And maybe it was my fault, but I don't really think so. They were just very right from the beginning. And this one is much less hostile. It's really the opposite of hostile.
Can I get your reaction?
Well, you're free to give up a
sir? I know that you had some, I believe, involvement 18 years ago with the students at Duke accused of rape in the lacrosse. Now we have this development.
I thought it was a hoax when it happened, the Duke situation. I didn't believe the woman, as you know, and they destroyed the lives of these kids. They destroyed, and I don't care what they got. Their lives have been destroyed. Their lives have been shortened by what took place. And now the woman admitted that it never happened. That is horrible. And as you know, I took a lot of heat when I said that this did not happen. And those kids were beautiful kids with beautiful families, and they were, in some cases, will never be the same. They will never be the same.
Have you talked to them by chance?
Your thoughts on the Postal Service? You mentioned Bezos a second ago, and I've always thought Bezos would be a key person to go in there and really streamline the logistics of the post office, but they lose billions.
Well, there is talk about the Postal Service being taken private. You do know that. Not the worst idea I've ever heard. It really isn't. It's a lot different today with between Amazon and UPS and FedEx and all the things that you didn't have. But there is talk about that. It's an idea that a lot of people have liked for a long time. We're looking at it. I think we're looking at that along with a lot of others. Any questions for Howard, by the way? Commerce. Howard?
Sure, I'll ask one. Mr. Incoming Secretary, do you see another trade deal with China coming?
I think the president...
That's a tough one, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's easy for me. You're sitting next to me, so it's okay. No, the president has very clear agenda for tariffs. And I think reciprocity is something that is going to be a key topic for us. How you treat us is how you should expect to be treated.
Would you like to weigh in, sir, on that?
You said it so well, reciprocal. If they tax us, we tax them the same amount. They tax us, forgetting just for a second about the word tax, they tax us, we tax them. And they tax us, almost in all cases, they're taxing us, and we haven't been taxing them.
Is that deal already underway? Is there a deal already underway with respect to that?
Let's just say this, we're going to make great deals, and we have all the cards. And until I came along, don't forget, and Howard was going over the numbers with me last night, we took in $600 billion and more in taxes and tariffs from China. No other president took in 10 cents, not 10 cents, not 10 cents.
I mean, we could say whatever we want to say, but the facts are the facts. This guy had the lowest gas prices, the safest border, no new wars. You didn't even have to think about Ukraine and Russia. You didn't have to think about Israel and the Palestinian people or Iranian people. You didn't have to think about all of that stuff. Okay? You didn't have to think about stuff like that. Now that's what we're thinking about. We're sending billions of munitions to Ukraine. Okay? So I mean, it's only right to advocate for peace, to be a diplomat. And this is why people voted for the OG, the legend, the 45th, now the 47th. This is why people voted for him. They realized that, yo, we don't want these wars. We want peace, actually. Okay, we want peace. If you don't have peace in the world, tell me how the world can trade successfully, how you can bring down inflation worldwide. Okay, so man, you got to give this man his credit. I know you don't like him because of the way he talks. You don't like everything he says. It's okay. He's not your dad. He's not your uncle. He's the commander in chief. Just allow him to make decisions that normal people cannot make. Okay, it might sound harsh, but it's only men like this that can make decisions that would change the trajectory of the economy. This man wasn't even in the White House. He was just pronounced the president-elect, and Bitcoin went all the way to over $100,000 in less than 30 days. Less than 30 days, y'all. Come on, man. You got to give this man his flowers. Justin Trudeau flew to Mar-a-Lago. The Mexican president, the lady, she was talking all tough. Now she wants to make a deal. Same thing with Xi Jinping. He is going to come for the inauguration. And when he does come for the inauguration, that is going to end a lot of BS. The Indian president is already talking about how he doesn't want to be a part of BRICS anymore because he's realizing that, yo, the OG is back. Adults are back in the White House. Man, it is what it is, man. People may not like this guy, but I mean, you guys banned a sitting president on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. That's what you guys did, the Democrats. Mark Zuckerberg, he banned this guy on Facebook and Instagram. Same with Jack Dorsey when Twitter was Twitter, before Elon saved Americans from Jack Dorsey and big tech. But now everybody's not trying to kiss the ring. Everybody wants to kiss the ring. Going to Mar-a-Lago begging for dinner dates. Everybody wants a dinner date. Everybody wants a dinner date with the OG. Parasites. That's what they are. They are parasites. And this ain't Luigi talk, okay? This is just facts. Okay, this is just facts. These guys want to kiss the ring because they know he's going to deregulate so many regulations that is actually stopping them from making so many upgrades to their tech. He is actually best for them. Now they want to go kiss the ring. Jeff Bezos is going to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring. Mark Zuckerberg is donating $1 million to Trump's campaign team. Same with Jeff Bezos. Everybody's kissing the ring. Sam Altman of OpenAI kissing the goddamn ring. Everybody kissing the ring now. Elon was the first. Elon knew there ain't no way we ain't going back. This is who it will bring back the legacy of the United States.
And no, well, we're going to be doing things. We're going to be treating people very fairly. But the word reciprocal is important because if somebody charges us, India, we don't have to talk about own. If India charges us 100% and we charge them nothing for the same, they send in a bicycle and we send them a bicycle, they charge us 100 and 200. India charges a lot. Brazil charges a lot. If they want to charge us, that's fine, but we're going to charge them the same thing.
That's a big worried about
tariffs. You know what? The senators, some of them aren't necessarily business people. When I give that to them, they say, that sounds fair to me.
Are you concerned that tariffs might hurt the stock market rise that you have seen and the economy more broadly?
Make our country rich. Tariffs will make our country rich.
Facts.
Properly used. I didn't have any inflation, and I had massive tariffs on a lot of things. We put tariffs on steel. If I didn't put tariffs on steel, 50% and more, they were dumping steel in, China and others. I put tariffs on, and it stopped, and we took a fortune. We made a fortune on it. Tariffs, properly used, which we will do, and being reciprocal with other nations, but it'll make our country rich. Our country right now loses to everybody. Almost nobody do we have a surplus with. There are a couple of countries, and they're embarrassed by it, but almost nobody. And tariffs will make, I always said, to me, tariffs, the most beautiful word in the dictionary. It'll make our country rich. You go back and look at the 1890s, 1880s, McKinley, and you take a look at tariffs. That was when we were at our proportionately the richest.
Mr. President,
did you get to a good spot?
Back on Ukraine, Mr. President. What should, as
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Yes, sir. Look, this guy was supposed to be the one answering the questions, but Trump is answering the questions. That's just OG status. But anyway, if you go back to the 1800s, okay, high tariffs where it means not only for protecting infant industries in the United States, but of generating revenue for the federal government. So actually, tariffs were ways the government made money for the country. Tariffs were used to make money, to generate income for the country. But, you know, people are now taking tariffs in different ways. They're saying, well, the people are going to have to pay for these tariffs. By the time they bring the goods and services here and then is highly tariffed, we're going to have to pay for the tariff. Okay? We're going to have to pay for the tariffs. Actually, no. Tariffs goes both ways. Do you think those countries, you think they're not tariffing the United States? Those countries are tariffing the United States too. This whole thing is a ploy to negotiate. It's a ploy to negotiate. Okay, people were like, well, if Mexico says they're not going to export to the United States, what is the United States going to do? Mexico, almost 80%, or if not more, 80% of Mexicans' export is to the United States. So think about if the United States says, you know what, we ain't doing business with you for like 2 months. You think that, man, Mexico is going to go into recession in 2 days. 2 days. Like 2 days, actually. So it's like Mexico can never go to trade war with the United States. It's just impossible.
Zelensky, if anything, be prepared to give up to end this war?
He should be prepared to make a deal. That's all. Got to be a deal. No, got to be a deal. Too many people being killed. That is a war. That's hard. Too many people. Got to make a deal. And Putin has to make a deal too.
What deal would
you Putin has to make a deal, and Putin would have never gone in if I was president. If I was president, we wouldn't have had inflation.
Of course, we wouldn't have had inflation, OG. We know that. You ain't got to explain yourself. You ain't got to explain yourself, OG. We know you back. Okay, adults are back.
If we had that election, if it were an honorable election, we wouldn't have had any of the problems that we're talking about right now. Putin would have never got in.
You said that you could make that deal before you take office. Do you still think you could make that deal?
I'm going to try.
Will you ask Putin to give up Assad?
Y'all put this whole country in a mess. Now you want him to fix it. Now pressuring him. You're pressuring him. Sir, are you going to end the war before you become the president of the United States? When you put us in war, you want me to fix it? Yeah, I'm going to fix it. I'll try my best. Okay, I will try my best to fix it. Nobody's blaming Biden for the war. Everybody's like, sir, Mr. Trump, President Trump, sir, are you going to fix the problem? Are you going to end the war, sir? While Biden is sleeping in Angola on world stage. And Biden is the 46th president of the United States. He is still the president of the United States as of today. This guy is going to be the 47th president, but right now he's only a 47th president-elect. He's going to be the actual president next year, January 20. Yet, everybody's coming to kiss the ring in his home in Florida, Mar-a-Lago. Man.
I hadn't thought of it. I think we have to get on with our lives. We'll have to see what happens. But right now, Syria has a lot of, there's a lot of indefinites. Nobody knows what's going to happen with Syria. But I think Turkey is going to hold the key to Syria, actually. I don't think you've heard that from anybody else, but I've been pretty good at predicting. I want to thank you all, and we're going to make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Howard. Thank you.
Legend. This is his home, guys. He invited the press who they have never been fair to this guy. They have never been fair to this guy. He invited them to his home to take questions. Only OGs do this. Only OGs do this. Okay, so look. Thank you to the OG, the legendary, the 45th, now the 47th president-elect. Something I want to talk to you guys about. What is going on here with this lady? Man, we need healing in this country, man. What is going on? This kid literally shot people in school. What is going on, guys? Look, I gotta definitely play this. What is going on here, man? What is going on? Man, we need love. We need unity. Unity. Okay, that's what we need. Check this out, y'all. Check this out. This is a kid. She's probably like, what, 13, 14? Brainwashed by stupid ideologies. This is why I like to spread love. I don't care if you're a Democrat, Republican, Independent, Green Party, whatever the hell you are. Look, we are one. Like, stay as one. Check out this girl right here. Man, the Google employees need to sit. Yeah, damn. Okay, look, check this out. This is a child. I don't know if you can see her face. I don't think you can see her face on. Oh, you can. All right. Okay, you probably can't see her face if you're on the horizontal stream. But however, oh yeah, Monkey Juice says she's 15 years old. And Nia Book, shout out to Nia Book Truck, man. My dog. It says she's 15 years old. A teenager. Take a look at this. Look at what she wrote. Children. Look at what a child wrote. I don't know golly, man. Look. This is what she wrote. This is what she's from Wisconsin. So it says here, women are the only hope for this wretched world. But even women have been brainwashed by moids for too long. They have internalized the patriarchy and turned on each other, always begging for male approval and validation. It's disgusting. I realize the truth. Men are irredeemable. Radfam Hitler was his effing vindicated now. Was is I don't know what she was trying to write. They can't be reformed or redeemed. They are effing scourge upon the earth. The only solution is to total exterminate them and every void who worships these effing parasites. Every single male must be wiped out, from babies to the elderly. This is what she's saying, guys. Only then can women be free to create a new world. I will be a pioneer. I will be the first to take the first step. I don't care if their fathers. Golly, man. Take a look at this, man. This is a 15-year-old girl saying she doesn't care if their fathers. She has a father, by the way. If their fathers, brothers, husbands, sons, teachers, police, and especially brown skin, okay? Brown skin or politicians. I have been craving to end them all. This is my mission. Only when their parasitic sludge has been expunged from this earth is when then the world will be clean and women can start over. It is the only way. In approximately 10 minutes, I should be dead and gone. Oh, I've been traveling on the road too long. Yeah, so she's saying she should be dead and gone in approximately 10 minutes. It's strange, but it feels good. Oh man, what is going on in this goddamn world, bro? What is this? What is going on, guys? What is going on? This is a 15-year-old child speaking like this. What? Who brainwashed her? Who brainwashed her, guys?
Here comes the police chief now. Let's listen in as we wait for an update from officials.
Hey.
Usually this is where I start and I say thank you for coming and talk about how important the media is to our community. But the truth is today is a sad, sad day, not only for Madison, but for our entire country, where yet another police chief is doing a press conference to speak about violence in our community, specifically in one of the places that's most sacred to me as someone who loves education and to someone who has children that are in schools. So I'm gonna tell you what I know. I'll answer any questions that I can. There'll be a secondary briefing that our PIO will let you know about, okay? Today, around 10:57 a.m., our officers were responding to a call of an active shooter at the Abundant Life Christian School here in Madison. When officers arrived, they found multiple victims suffering from gunshot wounds. We train on this almost quarterly. The last time we trained on this as commanders was approximately 2 weeks ago. The protocols are simple. Stop the killing, stop the dying, find out who's doing this. And the officers did that, and they did that adamantly. We had officers from around the county and around the state that came in support of this particular incident. Officers located a juvenile who they believe was responsible for this deceased in the building. Additionally, the officers began administering life-saving efforts to anyone who was wounded and making sure that those persons were transported. What we know is that a total of about 7 persons were transported from the scene to area hospitals for treatment. We know that at least 3 people have lost their lives, including a juvenile person. I don't have any other information about those persons who have lost their lives, and I'm not going to release that until we have, of course, spoken with family members and ensuring that they are fully aware of this tragic, tragic scene that occurred today. I want to thank all of the law enforcement partners and community members that came out to help, our friends at the ATF. I've gotten calls from my friends at the FBI, the State Patrol, the Sheriff's Office, Monona Police Department, our fire department. It goes on and on and on. Because this is something that we all prepare for, but we hope we never have to do. As you can see, we have a unification center that was immediately set up where parents and guardians and loved ones and grandparents wanted to get information about their loved ones, and we wanted to make sure that they were unified immediately. So we were doing more than one thing at one time. We're still going through methodically clearing that school, clearing every vehicle, and making certain that there's no other threats to this community, which we believe there are none. We immediately alerted our mayor's office, and I've been on the phone with her and her office constantly. We also alerted Madison schools. We put the schools on lockdown, but there's no threats to MMSD schools at this time. But we wanted to make sure that we did our due diligence in this particular case. Again, we're still going through collecting evidence, collecting information, making sure that our community is safe from what is a sad day for our community and for our country. And we have to do a little bit better. I don't have all the answers that you want right now, but I will tell you this. We have some of the best officers in the entire country. Our detectives are amazing. We're going to go and work hard and go through this scene so that we can piece together what exactly happened. Again, there'll be another briefing in about 2 hours, And if I have additional information, I will certainly let you know what that information is. Again, around 10:57 a.m., officers responded to an active shooter. They responded per our protocol. They found the person who they believe was responsible, who was down, deceased. We know that it's juvenile. We know that there are other persons who have lost their lives. We know that we've transported about 7 people after giving them life-saving measures. It's important to notice, too, that about 3 miles from here is our training center. Today, our special event team medics were in training. And so they got to practice in real time. They left the training center immediately and came down here and doing in real time what they were actually practicing for. And that's why training is so important, and making sure that we can provide the best possible training and the best possible response for our community members. I'm asking everyone to send your heartfelt wishes and prayers and thoughts yet again to a community, but this time it's my community. Dylan?
Yeah, can we start over here with questions?
Chief, you mentioned you're a father, you're the police chief here in Madison. What emotions are you feeling right now after going through all that?
To be honest with you, I'm feeling a little dismayed now. So close to Christmas. Every child, every person in that building is a victim and will be a victim forever. And these types of trauma don't just go away. And we need to figure out and try to piece together what exactly happened. And right now, my heart is heavy for my community. My heart is heavy for Madison, and we have to come together as a community and figure out what happened here and make sure that it doesn't happen in any other place that should be a refuge for students in our community.
Right there.
What sort of gun-related policies, if any, were in place at the school, and did the school have metal detectors?
I'm not aware that the school had metal detectors, nor should schools have metal detectors. It's a school, it's a safe space. So I don't know. Again, it is a private Christian school. It is not under the authority of MMSDs, and that is something that we would have to look into.
Chief, of the 7 victims, how many are students? How many are teachers?
I'm not going to give any information about who the victims are, whether they're student, staff, or parents, because we need to make sure that we can notify people. I think that's the most important thing before we go any further.
But police they never fired their weapons.
That is correct.
Correct?
Let's follow that one question.
I don't know if it's a male or female, but the police department did not fire their weapons. Thank you.
Scott.
Were the 3 fatalities you mentioned, including the suspected shooter?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
3 total.
That's correct.
Are the 7 that was transported, are the 3 fatalities within that 7 or addition to that?
Yes, within that 7, yes. Thank you.
Was the shooter a student at the school?
We believe the shooter was a student at the school, yes.
What can you tell us about the status of the other transports?
We know that they range from minor injuries to life-threatening. I know that's a huge, spectrum, but that's what we know now. And so we need everyone, again, to send your thoughts and your prayers out to them. One thing I do know is that we have some of the best medical care in the country here in Madison. And so we hope that everyone will recover, but at this time, we don't know.
So we did just get an update from our command post. 5 deceased at this time, 5 injured. So a total of 10.
So a total of 10.
Again, this is a ever evolving situation. Just hearing that, what does that make you think? How does that make you feel? That we have to do a better job in our community on a Monday, right? So close to Christmas, that we're updating victims. And so there's a lot of work that has to be done. And we're committed to doing that work. We just ask for your patience. I think the most important part is the reunification, again, that we spoke about, making sure that those persons who were in the schools, whether they're staff, students, or what have you, are reunified, and we have done that. Again, I want to say thank you to all our partners. Again, our friends are here from the ATF. They're going to help us. I heard the question about the gun. I don't know yet, which is why we have a great partnership with the ATF that will help us determine the origin of this gun and where it happened. So I'm gonna leave it at that, and we will have another press conference. Stephanie has the location.
We're doing 2:30 at Fire Station 14 in their community room. 2:30, Fire Station 14.
Steph, can you confirm the 5 who are dead? Does that include the shooter?
That doesn't include
It would,
Are the
yes.
victims
it would.
students, teachers, a mix?
Yeah, again, we're not going to talk about that until we notify all the families that may be involved. Again, this is an ever evolving situation, and we're trying to figure it out. What did you say, ma'am?
Has the school been cleared? Are all the students out of the school?
The school has been through a secondary clearing. We're doing another one now with the help of bomb dogs, just in case. We want to clear vehicles and things of that nature. So we're going to take our time, and we're going to go through and we're going to do everything that we can. So thank you very much, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Fire Station 14. Today, there are many families there in Madison, Wisconsin, who are having the worst day of their lives just before the holidays, after the latest school shooting here in America. As you heard the police chief, they're saying this today is a sad, sad day, he said, for Madison, for the country, as another police chief is doing a press conference in a place that's supposed to be sacred, a school there. He said 5 people, and that was updated in the middle of his press conference. It went from 3 to 5 killed. 7 people had been transported to hospitals. Some of those have unfortunately died, and he's not able to say if it's students, faculty, if it's a mix, because they're still in the process of notification of families.
All right. Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Look, my daughter wouldn't go to sleep if I don't read her God story or some story. Okay. So I had to go in there and read her a story. And she's like, I was waiting for you, Daddy. Read me a story. And I had to do what I had to do what fathers do, man. To be a daddy. I read her a book. And now give her a big kiss so she could go to sleep. She's just a baby, man. A 5-year-old baby. All right. Look, fathers, love your babies, okay? Love your kids. Train your kids. Give them as much love as you can. It's hard. I know life is hard. You got to pay bills. You got to do all this stuff. But just love your kids, man. Show them affection. You can discipline them for sure, because I discipline my daughter. Yeah, you ain't finna be doing all sort over here. You're going to get disciplined. But man, treat your daughters with so much care, so much love. Show them that you love them so much, or else you would be getting stuff like this. This is just sad.
Breaking news to CNN as we are following a deadly shooting at a school in Wisconsin. We now have details on the weapon that was used to kill at least 2 people, injure 6 others, and potentially take the shooter's own life.
We have CNN's Veronica Miracle with us with the latest here. Veronica, what are you learning?
Well, Boris and Brianna, we understand that the shooter used a 9mm pistol. That's according to our CNN's Josh Campbell. This is a gun that is pretty common and that is easy to obtain. But the question now exactly is, how did a child, someone who's under the age of 18, obtain that weapon? So according to a source, we understand a 9mm pistol was used in this shooting. Anything beyond this in terms of what, how old the shooter is exactly, or what their gender is, we do not have that information. That information has not yet been released. We also understand that a teacher and a student were killed. Those 2, teacher and a student, are the 2 that have died. We also understand the shooter is dead. And then there are 6 people who were injured, and their injuries ranging from minor to life-threatening. So, of course, the numbers of the deceased could change throughout the day. We are expecting a press conference again from the police chief in about 15 minutes. We also understand that St. Mary's Hospital in Madison, they have been receiving patients from this tragedy, and in fact, they have had to close their offices to all other patients because of this. They have created a reunification center for parents. We've also been seeing throughout the day that parents have been reunified with their students here, being taken on buses. The small Christian school here serves anywhere students from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade, so a big range, but very young children at this school. Serves about roughly 300 students, and there's about 55 staff members. But we are awaiting that press conference here in about 15 minutes. We're hoping to get more information. There has been confusion throughout the day of the number deceased, but right now, at this hour, we understand that 2 people have been killed, a teacher and a student. The shooter is dead, 6 people are injured, and a 9mm pistol was used by the shooter. Boris, Brianna.
Veronica Miracle, thank you so much for that update. We want to discuss the latest with Democratic Wisconsin State Representative Sheila Stubbs. She's actually set to represent the area where this shooting took place as of the beginning of next year. State Rep, thanks so much for being with us. I wonder what you are hearing from members of your community in the wake of today's shooting.
Well, thank you, Brianna and Boris, for this interview. My heart and my prayers are with the students, it's with the staff, it's with the families, and it's with the community of Abundant Life Christian School following this morning's tragic shooting. You know, as a parent myself and as a pastor, this tragedy hit especially close to home for me. So my thoughts are with Pastor Tim Fluttery and his congregation in this time of intense worrying and grief. But I am so grateful to our first responders for their quick action and for the continuing help to reunite students and families, because everyone deserves to feel safe in our communities, especially in our schools. And I just heard from my daughter today for the first time, and it's a hard time. We're asking for prayers from all around our nation to please lift up our community at this time.
And you know, it used to be that it would be some time before I think folks would start thinking about how do you look at a policy prescription for dealing with something like this. But Assemblywoman, could you sort of talk a little bit about what you want to see lawmakers do? Is there more to be done in your state, and is there more to be done nationally?
Let me say this. First and foremost, no child should have to fear for their safety during the day of school, especially when we enter this holiday season. My heart breaks for those who have an empty seat at their tables this year. I'm asking to keep the families in this community in your thoughts as we begin to address the aftermath of the situation and come together for healing. For years, I have been a strong advocate for gun safety measures. We see stories like this across our country. And today I am just heartbroken to see my community hurting like this. We have to do so much more to protect our kids and to protect our communities. And something must be done to put an end to senseless violence in our state and in our nation.
To that point, Assemblywoman, I just wonder where you think this conversation and policy prescriptions are headed, seeing as though in recent years efforts to enact some form of gun legislation and limit the amount of guns that are out there to contribute to scenarios like the one we're facing now. We've seen 83 school shootings this year by CNN's count, the most we've seen since CNN kept track of them. I wonder where you think this is going if we haven't really seen action taken on this.
Yes, today I just want to be so respectful to these families that are grieving, that are hurting our community. And I think that everyone who has spoken up, period, across our nation about gun safety, we're going to need everyone's help again. We're going to need people to show up at our state capitol and advocate for the safety of their kids in our schools. We have to just end this senseless violence. And as a legislator who's put forth common sense legislation. I'll continue to work bipartisan in this building, to work with my colleagues, to put together legislation that we want to see passed. Again, enough is enough, and we should not find one more family in this situation that's hurting when there's so much more we could do to prevent this type of situation from happening. But again, today I want to focus on supporting the families and those that are directly affected by this tragedy. And I want our law enforcement officials to answer as many questions specifically around this investigation, but I just want to say this in this interview, that I want to thank Madison Police Chief Dr. Sean Barnes and his team for what they're doing to continue to update us. I'll be learning more at 2:30 today, Central Time, for the additional briefing and information. But again, right now our community is hurting. Families they don't know what's really happened. We're learning bits and pieces. And so I want you to know, as the new legislator for this upcoming district, that I'm going to do everything I can do to be there for every one of my constituents and support them, but continue to introduce legislation that I believe will make a difference in our state. And I will continue to advocate not only at a state level, but continue to advocate at a federal level. We need everyone to listen. And those that are victims' voices need to be the loudest in the.
Okay, wait. So, what is going on exactly in this world, especially in the United States? What is going on with these kids? Okay, with these kids are what? 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 years old, doing all sort of trash. Basically, wrong ideologies. People are saying lost generation in the chat. Chat, what do you think is going on right now? Why would a 15-year-old girl write that type of, I guess, manifesto or whatever you could call that and say men have to be basically extinct from this world? Why would she write something like that? What has she watched? What TV show did she watch? What reality show did she watch? What celebrity does she follow? What songs does she listen to? What politician is brainwashing her? What group on social media is she subscribed to? What are her parents doing? Because they say charity starts at home. Because I don't leave my daughter to be governed or, taught by anybody other than myself. Yeah, you can teach her stuff in school, but when she comes home, well, she's homeschooled anyway. But when she was in school, I would ask her what she did in school, and she would tell me. There were times she would come home and she would tell me stuff like, my daughter at 4-year-old, she said, one day she opened up and she said, boyfriend. I said, boyfriend, what does boyfriend mean? And she said, I heard it in school, Daddy. I'm like, what? At 4 years old, my daughter picked up the word boyfriend in school. So it's like, you gotta be hands-on with your kids. You gotta always talk to them. You gotta know what they're thinking. You gotta, as much as you can, have a conversation with them. And that's why I'm like, I don't even trust schools, bro. I don't trust schools, man. And that's why I am praying to God everything works out for me, okay? So I could full-time homeschool my kid. I don't care about socializing and all that. Okay, we're gonna go to the park on the weekends. We're gonna put her in tennis class or gymnastic class. She can go 4 times a week, 2 hours a day or whatever. Okay, but when you just throw your kids in school for what? From like 8 a.m. to like 4 p.m. What? Every single day from 8 a.m. to 4, 5, 6 p.m. Who is the parent? I know you got to work, you got to pay bills, life is hard, I get it. But like, I cannot in good conscience allow my kid go somewhere for that long, for 5 times in a week when you have just 7 days. And on the weekends, you are so tired, you're sleeping. If anybody's going to influence my child, I want to be the one. Okay? I want to be the person. Teach her about her country. Teach her about the Constitution. Teach her about life. Teach her about accountability. Teach her about responsibility. Teach her about being a leader. Teach her about serving. Teach her about listening. Teach her about helping other people. Okay? Picking up slangs in school. Some of these teachers don't even speak correctly. I want to pick my daughter in daycare one time. No, in pre-K one time. And the teacher was speaking in slangs, bro. Like in slangs, like real life. And I'm like, gosh, I left my daughter with you for goddamn 6 hours? Man, G, you ain't finna do that. No, man. G, you are not going to leave your daughter here for 6 hours and let these people indoctrinate her with slangs. And that's why you see most kids, especially the brown skin, most of them really don't know how to speak intellectually. They're not skillful human beings. I'm not talking about sports now. I'm talking about communicating. Social media, yeah, shout out to Knuckle, man. He says social media is most people's parents now. Yeah, my daughter doesn't even have a phone. Grandma bought her a phone. I threw that phone away real quick, real fast. I told her grandma, yeah, going in the trash. The phone that you bought her is going in the trash. Grandma bought her a phone at like 3 years old. I threw the phone in the goddamn trash. You ain't about to buy my daughter a 3-year-old a phone. She don't need a phone. She does not need a phone. And she's not going to get a phone until what? Until probably like 12 years old. Because why do you need a phone? You can have a computer. I mean, if you're on a trip, you're gonna be on a trip with your dad or your mom. So you don't need a phone. If I want to talk to you, I'm gonna call your mom. If your mom want to talk to you, she's gonna call me. Why do you need a phone in the first place? And now, I mean, everybody can have their own ideology. I'm not forcing my ideology on you, but why should a child below 12 years old have a phone? Who are you calling? Who are you texting? Like who? I mean, I'm not trying to be yeah, I'm trying to be Hawk because that's my daughter. But come on, man. You could use a computer, learn software, AI or whatever, but like on the phone, TikToking and what, man. Man, 21 Vegas, yeah, I don't know about
getting a live
21.
update on today's school shooting.
And include some new information that was not available earlier, as I promised. The Madison Police Department responded to a mass shooting at the Abundant Life Christian School today. Officers were dispatched to the school, which is located on the city's east side at 10:57 a.m. They arrived to find multiple people suffering from gunshot wounds. 3 people, including the shooter, are dead. The shooter has now been identified.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis Nia Booktrook. One more time, man. One more time for my brother Nia Booktrook. He just sent another super chat. Shout out to Nia Booktrook. Shout out to my guy Nia Booktrook. It says, I don't know if anyone on this channel needs to hear it, but if you want to hurt yourself or someone else, hit me up. We will get through it. I got you. Oh my goodness. God damn, Nia Book. We're not hurting anybody, okay? We're not hurting anybody, Nia Book. Okay? Love and peace, joy in here. Okay, Nia Book. We're not hurting nobody. Okay, Nia Book, relax. Okay, I know. Relax, bro. I love you, bro. I love you, my dog. Relax, okay? All love, bro. Relax, okay? So Nia Book meant to say, if you want to bless anybody, if you want to give anybody a big hug, or try to correct people in a nice manner, hit him up, okay? God damn, Nebo. Come on, bro. What the hell going on, bro? Shout out to Nebo one more time, man.
As 15-year-old Natalie Rupnow, who went by the name Samantha. She was a student at the school, and evidence suggests she died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The official cause of death will be released by the Dane County Medical Examiner pending the conclusion of their examination.
Oh, shoot. I just got it now. I got it now. I didn't read it properly. So he says, I don't know if anyone on this channel needs to hear it, but if you want to hurt yourself, man, you see, this is my dog, man. This is my dog. Now I just read it again. I'm like, wait. Because Nia Book would never, put anything like that on the chat. But now I read it properly. He said, if you want to hurt yourself, he said, hit him up. Because you may be going through hard times. Life is hard. Life is hard, man. I ain't gonna cap. Life is really, really hard, especially when you're dealing with, family issues, financial issues, or, some of us are dealing with health issues in our families. A lot of times you want to suffer in silence. You want to suffer by yourself. You want to hurt yourself because you're suffering. But Nia Book is saying that if you want to hurt yourself, or if you feel like you want to hurt someone else, he's saying he does not recommend that. He's saying hit him up. Okay, hit him up. And he's saying we will get through it. Man, we got to go get the Discord. Man, we also have a Discord. I don't know if you guys know, but we have a Discord. And I'm going to get that link right now and put it on the chat, man. Shout out to Nia Book one more time. These are the type of conversation we should have here. All right. Join the Discord if you're feeling lonely, feeling like you're by yourself, feeling like you can't make it through the day or the week or the year or whatever. Join the Discord, man. We've been a little silent on the Discord, but we got to get back on the Discord, Nia Book. All right. Yeah, you go. Join the Discord. Okay. So shout out to Nia Book Truck one more time. It's saying, please do not hurt yourself. Please, please, please don't hurt yourself or don't hurt someone else. If you feel like you're trying to, you can't take it anymore or whatever, just first of all, if you need like psychological whatever, you should call 911 or call, the proper channels. But if you just need a community to talk to, a community to share whatever you want to share with. I share stuff on the channel too, on the Discord too, personal stuff. Yeah, join the Discord, man. Join the Discord, man. All right, let's keep going.
She was pronounced deceased while in transport to a local hospital. A teacher and a teenage student were pronounced dead at the scene at that school. 6 other students and a teacher were injured and taken to area hospitals. 2 students remain in critical condition and have life-threatening injuries. A teacher and 3 students were treated for non-life-threatening injuries. 2 of these have been released and discharged from the hospital. The other 2 survivors are considered to be in stable condition. At this time, we believe there was only one shooter involved. We are still working to determine a motive. Detectives have talked to her family members this evening, as well as conduct a search of the shooter's home here in Madison. The shooting happened inside a classroom in a study hall of students from mixed grades. A document about this shooting is circulating this time on social media, but we have not verified its authenticity. The Abundant Life Christian School is being monitored by police overnight. At this time, no one is allowed inside or on the school property. The Madison Police Department is aware that people are hoping to hold a vigil at the school tonight. We're asking you not to do that, as this location is still an active crime scene. So I'm going to go over the timeline of events for you. At 10:57 a.m., a 2nd grade student called 911 to report a shooting had occurred at school. Don't let that soak in for a minute. A 2nd grade student called 911 at 10:57 a.m. to report a shooting at school.
That's wild.
Officers were dispatched to the school at 10:57. A deputy with the Dane County Sheriff's Office was the first officer to arrive on the scene at 11 a.m.
Second grade
24
calling
seconds
911.
later, the first Madison police officer arrived on the scene at 11:01 and immediately entered the school. Officers bravely entered the building as soon as they arrived, not knowing what they were going to encounter. At 11:05, officers inside the school alerted people that the shooter was down and that a gun had been recovered. At 11:05, the Madison Police Department also began setting up for parents and guardians at what we briefly described earlier for you as a reunification center that occurred at 11:05. The Madison Fire Department was dispatched to the scene at the same time. They arrived at 11:05 and began linking up with officers who were also inside, and they were instrumental with providing aid to victims who were suffering from gunshot wounds, potentially saving lives. The first public notice about the shooting was posted on the Madison Police Department Incident Report website at 11:13 a.m. Officers began clearing the school building at 11:14, and bomb dogs started to clear the facility at 11:23 a.m. The Madison Fire Department began transporting patients at 11:26. Again, we want to stress that EMS arrived on the scene at 11:05, immediately connecting with officers to enter the scene, not knowing what they were going to experience. Press briefings occurred at 12:15, 12:30, 5:30, and now at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Let's talk a little bit about our law enforcement and our community partners. Multiple agencies assisted with the response to the shooting. The Madison Fire Department and several other Dane County and EMS agencies, the Dane County Sheriff's Office, the University of Wisconsin Police Department, the FBI, the ATF, all have played major roles in our response and in our investigation. We also want to acknowledge UW Hospital as well as St. Mary's Hospital for their work in treating the survivors of today's school shooting. Community resources. There are resources available to anyone needing help or needing someone to talk to. The Crime Response Unit with the Dane County District Attorney's Office have been mobilized. This is a group of people who are trained to help victims of mass violent incidents. This group is made up of social workers, attorneys, victims, professionals, former law enforcement, and other stakeholders in our community. If you need assistance, you can contact the Crime Response Program between 8 and 5 during the daytime. I'll give that number again, 608-284-6908, and you can reach them after hours at 608-376-0164, 608-376-0164 after hours. The Wisconsin Department of Justice's Office of School Safety and Office of Crime Victim Services are also providing resources during this critical time. Their Critical Incident Response Team program is designed to minimize the psychological impact of a school critical incident and helps to provide long-term mental care long after this is over. And I don't know how we can minimize what has happened today, but we're going to do the best we can to provide services for all of these children and staff. We cannot forget the staff who bravely took care of their students during this harrowing time. We also want to thank employees of the Dean Healthcare, which we spoke about before. Again, the clinic shut down for the day, and employees assisted with our unification process. We've also seen an outpouring of support from various community groups and businesses: Twisted Ground Coffee, Greenbush Bakery, Ian's Pizza, Culver's, Mission Barbecue, Starbucks.
You have been listening to the Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes giving an update to reporters, the fourth one of the day on the school shooting that happened today in Madison, Wisconsin. A few headlines that we got from him there, including it was a second grade student who called 911 at 10:57 a.m. this morning, local time, to report a school shooting was happening at the Abundant Life Christian School. That student called at 10:57. By 11:05, police were on the scene and the shooter was down. We have now learned from authorities for the first time confirming the name of that school shooter that was 15 years old. Her name was Samantha Rupnow, Natalie Rupnow, but she went by Samantha. She was 15 years old, not 17, as previously reported. She died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound at the scene. So, of course, 2 others were also killed at that shooting today earlier. We have heard that police searched her home earlier tonight. They are still working to determine a motive, and said a document that has been circulating online that has been attributed to her has not yet been verified by the authorities. I'm joined now by the former Deputy FBI Director Andrew McCabe, as well as the creator of the FBI's active shooter program, Catherine Schweit. It's great to have you both back with me. We are listening into that press conference to see if there is new information coming out as we're hearing from officials. Andrew McCabe, let me start with you, though, just on what we're hearing here about the profile of this shooter.
Well, I mean, you've got to be shocked by the age. First of all, you have a 15-year-old child who somehow gets their hands on a 9mm semi-automatic pistol, takes it to school, and wreaks this kind of havoc. And the fact that the shooter is female, that is remarkably rare. I think 3% was the fact, the statistic you quoted earlier this evening. But to me, the fact that it's female is less significant. I think when we get into the writings and into the motive and understand more about this person's life, I think the commonalities between this shooter and the shooters that we've seen in other places are going to start to emerge. We typically see a pretty, I don't want to call it a standard profile, but there are some distinctive elements that are common among shooters across generations, particularly school shooters. Kate can give you the details on those, but there's, these.
Man, I just want to say something. Shout out to Vegas, man. Vegas said a lot of stuff in the chat. Yeah, you could always change your life. You could change your life. You could do a lot of stupid things when you're younger, but when you grow older, you change your life. And some people never get the chance to. But shout out to Vegas for admitting that, you know what, when you're young, you do stupid things sometimes. But now we're older, it's just right to live your life with some sort of self-consciousness, okay, with some sort of dignity, and with some grace, man, with some grace. And this is something I want us to understand. We need to extend grace to a lot of people. Like, people are going through a lot. Shout out to Nia Boktruk. Nia Boktruk says, I am so sad a 15-year-old would go through it to this point. Shout out to Nia Boktruk one more time, man. He said he's so sad that a 15-year-old child would go through life to this point where she felt like she had to get a gun and shoot people. Do you know what must have gone through her mind? Do you know the mental state she must have been in? A lot of kids need to be in, like, mental health facility. Adults as well, especially here in the United States. Like, kids, adults, a lot of us need to go do some evaluation, like some mental evaluation, and see where you are mentally. Because today, like, you could meet someone and everything seems fine with them, but they're like gone inside, upstairs in their heart. They're gone. They've checked out. They've checked out, people. So it's like, extend grace to people, man. Just extend grace to people, because you just never know. You just never know. Be kind to people, especially kids, adults, whoever, man. But just be kind. Try as much as you can. Be kind to people, because you never know. You just never know. And mental facility needs to start, like, sending mails to the homes of everybody, just like, credit cards do, and banks and all that stuff. Like, these people need to start sending pamphlet to the house. Like, they need to start acting like, the way Jehovah Witness or like, people trying to win souls do. Mental facility need to start doing that. Start talking to people just on the street. Man, how's your mental health, bro? How's your mental health, sister? How's your mental health, sir? How's your mental health, ma'am? You want to take an evaluation real quick? Yeah, exactly. That's what we should be doing at this point in time, because everybody's so far gone up here. It's wild, man.
Isolated, tormented, oftentimes bullied young people sometimes find themselves in making this decision.
Yeah, and Catherine, the other thing that the police chief revealed there, just about the scene and what this looked like. Obviously, one, we're seeing how quickly the police officers arrived and how quickly the shooter was down as they were there recovering that 9mm pistol. He also said that the shooting took place in a classroom study hall, that it was mixed grades of students. It's not clear if this second grader was in the room or whatnot when they called 911 to report that a shooting was happening at their school. But when you hear that and you hear that they are searching the home of the shooter in Wisconsin, what are they looking for in that home, in addition to the writings that we know they already have their hands on?
I think, just like Andy said, they need all of the information to know what really the background was, but there will be a long trail behind that shows, and those things that show that she was planning this will include an internet search history that will probably be pretty vivid about how to accomplish this and why she wants to accomplish it, and maybe other people, copycat sort of things. But also, we find a lot of writings, and again, as Andy says, we have so many situations where they have all these behaviors of concern. Some of them are physical, so they'll purchase clothing, or they'll give away material, they'll send text messages to their friends. That's called leakage. We're going to look for all of that, not only in a computer, but in a phone. But, very often, just like the shooting down in Georgia not too long ago, after the search, they open up the center drawer of the kid's desk, and there's the shooting plan. And I think that's the kind of stuff that you see, and we see routinely, not just in schools, but in other locations.
Well, and Catherine, just given your experience, one in Wisconsin, but also just with the FBI's active shooter program, a 15-year-old female student, how often do you come across that profile of a shooter?
Rare, very rare, of course, as everybody acknowledges. But we do see more female shooters who in the education environment than other environments. More often, when you count those up, they might be at the university level. And then females often are in a dual situation, those handful of shootings where there's a husband and a wife or a boyfriend and a girlfriend. You just don't have a lot of situations where a female kind of comes to the table and outwardly emotes that kind of anger and violence. Oftentimes that's the suicide is what you see in a female. And a male, you're more apt to see that outward expression. And historically, we've got decades now, unfortunately, to indicate that that's the fact.
Yeah. Catherine Schweid, Andrew McCabe, thank you both for joining us on this breaking news this hour.
A student and a teacher were killed. 4 others right now remain hospitalized. 2, we understand, are in critical condition. Sources say a female student opened fire. Authorities say, as I said, 2 of those students are fighting for their lives in critical condition. So we know that 2 individuals were shot and killed. 2 are in critical at this hour. The parents of the shooter, we just learned in that press conference, are actually, as I speak, in an interview right now with police. They are cooperating, answering questions about their child right now. Here's what we know, that the shooting took place just before 11 a.m. local time, that's Central Time, just as students were beginning to start their final full week of classes before winter break.
Got a call coming in at Abundant Life Christian Church, 4901 for Engine 5 and Medic 5 for a shooter, just advising someone was shot.
And for the first time, we are now hearing from a student who was inside the school as the shots were fired.
Did you hear gunshots?
Yeah, I heard.
Tell me what happened.
We heard them, and then some people started crying, and then we just waited till the police came, and then they escorted us out to the church.
How many gunshots did you hear?
I heard 2.
And what were you thinking? What are you thinking now?
I was scared, and why did they do that? Why?
Whitney Wild is out front live from Madison, Wisconsin. And Whitney, I know you were just in that press conference. You were the one who got the information about the shooter's parents right now being in an interview with police. What more are you learning?
Well, Aaron, there are still many details left to learn, but what we know at this point is that this teenager, according to a law enforcement source, was a female, a 17-year-old who died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. As you mentioned, police are interviewing the parents as we speak. That is absolutely critical as they try to figure out what the motive was here, Aaron. At this point, Chief Sean Barnes, the chief of the Madison Police Department, could not describe in detail the motive. I asked if the parents are supplying that information. He was reluctant to say that they were, because the most important thing, he says, in an interview like that is to just let the parents talk and keep that conversation free-flowing. The critical details, Aaron, that we did learn at this press conference for the first time all day is what kind of security protocols that school has in place. And it's really a lesson for schools even beyond Madison, because the representative of the school here said that they took advantage of Department of Justice safety grants to help them beef up their security. And as part of that, Aaron, they were able to upload blueprints of their school. And so when police arrived, they were able to download those blueprints of the school immediately, which significantly helps a police response. We know that police response was immediate, Aaron. It was within 3 minutes. That call came in at 10:57 a.m. Police were inside that building by 11 a.m. Law enforcement did not fire any shots, according to police. Again, there's a law enforcement source saying that suspect died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound, Aaron.
All right, Whitney, thank you very much on the ground there. Juliette Kayyem is with us now, former Assistant Secretary at the Department of Homeland Security, Tim Clemente, former FBI counterterror agent, and Mary Ellen O'Toole, former senior FBI profiler. So thanks very much to all of you. So Tim, you heard that press conference and the police chief saying that the shooter's parents are, as we speak, in an interview with police. They don't want to talk about what they've said so far because they don't want to interrupt the interview, and that interview is still ongoing. What stands out to you from what you've heard here in these past few minutes from officials?
Well, what you just said about what the Chief Barnes said, the interview is vitally important right now. This is where you're going to learn whether the parents had any inkling and either did or did not do anything about that. But one of the things I took from that press conference, besides the chief saying that he was not prepared to answer about whether or not there was a note or anything left behind. Kind of leads me to believe there was. But also what the DOJ official from Wisconsin said, the woman that was in charge of school safety, I think her name was Kilpin.
Yes.
Trish Kilpin. She said something vitally important, and that was that these things are always preceded by actions and interest and searches and other information that they're bleeding out. But unless it gets ignored, it can't be stopped. It gets ignored every time, over and over and over again. And if we keep ignoring these things from our own kids, from students, from fellow classmates, we'll never prevent these things. And that's the only thing that prevents them is seeing something and actually saying something about somebody's behavior changing.
Yes, she said 82% of that somebody knew in 82% of these situations. And unfortunately, there are a lot of these situations, 88 in the past year, so far this year alone. Mary Ellen, we are learning, so again, the parents of the shooter right now in an interview with police, all we understand is that the shooter was at the school at the beginning of the day. Law enforcement officials just say that. And a law enforcement official told CNN that the shooter was a female student at that school and was a teenager. So Mary Ellen, just with the basic facts that we know, and obviously the question mark out there about the possibility of a note that Tim just alluded to, how unusual is a female shooter?
Extremely unusual. We just simply don't have that many. It's all anecdotal, so we can't even do any kind of statistical analysis. It's just so very unusual. Without exception, the vast majority of these shooters are males.
And Juliette, you know, in the context of how unusual it is to see a female shooter, this person obviously hurt 8 people, killed a teacher, killed another student. 2 other students are in critical condition tonight. And we don't yet know the identities of any of these people who have so needlessly lost their lives or are fighting for their lives tonight. The scale of this, though, Juliette, seems to indicate that this wasn't about a conflict with one person, at least just from the very basic information that we have.
That's the evidence so far leads us to believe that. We don't know why she
when she turned the gun on herself in terms of what, did she hear police? Was this part of the plan? Or did she target someone and therefore was done with her work? And I think what's been amazing in this sort of in regards to this shooting over the course of the day, I've been with you since we first heard the news with the network, is how transparent the police and all officials have been. It's very helpful to a community to believe that they are getting the answers that they need in what seems like the inexplicable. And also what's interesting from a government PR, government communications perspective is they are using these press conferences as teachable moments. Tim picked up on one of them, that in terms of the family, in terms of the DOJ official, basically these things are always known, and we have to get serious about these interventions because otherwise these kids are going into schools and harming others. The other was earlier in the day when the police chief just basically didn't care about anyone's politics. He basically just said, this is not only a school, it's also a religious school. These should be safe places. And we need to honestly get our act together as a country if we keep doing this. And I was surprised how quickly the officials, not the politicians, went to these moments.
Yeah, went right there. And as you point out, Tim, when she said 82% of these situations, somebody knows. I mean, that is stunning when you think about these horrific situations.
Perspective now from the aforementioned CNN senior crime and justice correspondent Shimon Prokupis, CNN chief law enforcement intelligence analyst John Miller, and Christopher Vangeli, chief of police in Plainville, Connecticut, and Sandy Hook first responder during his time with the Newtown, Connecticut Police Department. Shimon, since Whitney brought up your reporting, which just broke, you just sat down. Bring us up to speed on what you just learned.
So the law enforcement officials there, the detectives, have been going through as much information as they possibly could, gathering social media, gathering other information. And they have some information now, in part, that this was planned sometime in advance, but they have also come across writings that they are now trying to link to the shooter that could spell motive, that could give some information to investigators. They're going through all of that. One of the things that is happening and what is delaying some of this information from coming out is that the parents of the alleged shooter are being interviewed by detectives. And so they're still in the process. Literally 30, 40 minutes ago, when police last held a press conference, the parents were still being interviewed.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Okay. So firstly, I just want to say something. During the hurricane in Florida, Nia Boktruk actually volunteered to help clear debris. He helped volunteer to rebuild. I just want to give a little background to some of the mods that you see up here. You've heard a little story from Vegas tonight, speaking of her past and speaking of where she is now mentally. Life is hard, guys. Just be kind. Be kind to each other. This is why I stream what's going on in our community, in our society, in our country, in our nation today, every day. Okay? Because some people don't watch the news. Some people don't want to be interested in the news. Some people don't. Some people feel like, you know what, man, I don't want to hear none of that. But it's like if you vote. When I was streaming like the rallies, the roundtable conversation, the campaigns, people were like, you know what, man, I don't know why you be streaming political stuff. You better stick to people have stuff to say. But the truth is, whether you vote or you don't vote, politics is going to affect you and your household. If you like, vote. If you like, don't vote. If you like, be a part of it. If you like, don't be a part of it. It is going to affect your household. Okay? So why not just be a part of it? You're like, I don't want to see the news. I don't want to see what's going on, man. I don't want to see none of that. You better know what's going on because it's going to affect you in some way, shape, or form. So get enlightened, get informed, see what's going on around you. Open your eyes, get involved. Okay, get involved. Because if you're not involved, yes, James says social media really has escalated everything. Absolutely. 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 But it's also a good thing. It can be a bad thing, but it's also a good thing because now social media can escalate the good things, but as well, it will escalate the bad things. So it's our responsibilities to shield and kind of like protect the ones that we love by, restricting social media platforms to them when they're really young, like in their early teenage years. Just try to protect them, man. That's all I can say. But thank you for tuning in one more time. Double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up. Let's subscribe to the channel. And let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Tonight is going to be a special night. It is currently 1:12 a.m. And today's date is the 17th of December 2024. The year is coming to an end. It's like what? How many days to Christmas? 8 days to Christmas. 8 days to Christmas, man. Isn't that just wild? I remember the first day of 2024. I literally remember the first day of 2024. Huh. That's wild.
Interviewed by investigators. They're cooperating, but obviously for investigators, they want to know what more do the parents know. And the other thing I want to note is that during the press conference, the Wisconsin DOJ official who spoke indicated that there was some information that people knew perhaps what was going on in this person's life and that they never reported it. And so they stress, if you hear of any information, if you know of something that's going on in someone's life that could potentially lead to a school shooting, please report it.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second because I do think that is interesting. That was an interesting breadcrumb they left right there. John Miller, a female shooter. How unusual is that?
That's pretty unusual. I mean, if you take not just the school shootings, but the mass shootings, out of 141, you have 6 female shooters. But, we do remember the Audrey Hale case at the Nashville Christian School in 2023, which was, another unusual marker, but also another Christian school.
And to Shimon's point, if you see any signs of these things, you should speak up. There's the discussion about guns, which is an important discussion to have. But beyond that, law enforcement isn't waiting for these discussions, right? They're also trying to figure out ways to maybe prevent school shootings before they happen. What have they come up with after so many examples?
So the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit has been working on this, studying it first, and then from the studies gleaning, okay, what comes out of all of this data that would be helpful? And the main point here is, and we're seeing signs of it again today, is we have this narrative that a child or a person was having problems at school or at work, and they just snapped, and they came in and shot everybody that day. Not how it works. Not how it works. People don't snap. These things build, and they plan, they prepare, they arm, they go through many steps, and they also have many tells, if you will. And one of the things the FBI has been working on is literally a campaign to get this out. And they say some of the indicators that you'll see in people, and this will be detectable by friends, classmates, a guidance counselor, a boyfriend, a girlfriend, a brother, a sister, parents, significantly reduced ability to cope with stress or setbacks, expressions of hopelessness, helplessness, lack of nonviolent.
Whoa. So here are the signs. Common concerning behaviors of active shooters. Damn. Persistent fantasies about violence. Lack of non-violent options for solving problems. Expressions of hopelessness, helplessness. Significantly reduced ability to cope with stress or setbacks. Ladies and gentlemen, watch out for these signs. Watch out for these signs. This is from, does that say the Department of Justice? Well, FBI. That's from the FBI. So the FBI is saying that these are the 4 things to watch out for.
Violent options for solving problems. Persistent fantasies about violence. Now, that's a core group, but there's 15 categories that they say, and you may not see all of them. You may see a cluster of them. And what they're saying is, this is the time when you go to someone you trust. And all of this is available, by the way, on www.fbi.gov/prevent. And there's tools and brochures and lists. But this is going to be how we're going to prevent it.
And it's worthy time to spend. If they're going to train kids in school for how to react to this, we should all take the time to look at this type of thing so we can all do our part. Chief Vangeli, you were a first responder at Sandy Hook, which I'm reminded was 12 years ago, almost exactly, 2 days past that at this point. So what's going through your mind tonight, and what do you make so far of what we know about this shooting in Madison?
Yeah, well, and I know it's going to be a very long road for them. I know they're going to lean on each other very heavily, and I know that they're going to get through it with the love of their families and with the people in that community. It was 2 days ago, the anniversary of Sandy Hook, and I spent it at home just quietly, and of course I thought about it. And to have this happen, 2 days after that, it really brings back all of those memories. When you watch the coverage on the news and you see the police cars and the ambulances coming, and those poor officers, what they went through, the poor families, what they're going through, it brings it all back. And I want to give credit to the Madison Police Chief. He's doing a fantastic job in terms of putting out information. The Madison Police Department did a very fantastic job. The fact that they trained, they got in there quickly, that's step one. As far as the motive, they're investigating. The motive is important, of course. People want to know what would cause a person to do this. In my estimation, though, the motive doesn't really do much to justify anything. How do you justify what you did? It doesn't mean much to the parents. If every kid that had a bad time at school or had a breakup or had an issue was a school shooter, we'd have a school shooting every single day. And that's just not the case. And so what they have to do right now are two things. One, they have to see if this person had an accomplice. Was there anything else that they were going to do or anybody that helped them? The second thing they need to do is they need to see if there was any precipitating news or events. Was there a tell, as somebody had mentioned before? Did anybody know that this was going to happen? Did this person post anything on social media indicating that they might take this action? How did they get the gun? Those are the types of questions that need to be answered.
Yeah, I mean, in your case, 12 years ago, there were multiple crime scenes. And of course, the evidence spanned an entire town and an entire region. Shimon, you covered Uvalde, another school shooting, another tragedy, where the police response has been heavily criticized and just was not good. How did this differ from that?
Oh, much different. In fact, the chief talked about it. Someone had asked him at the press conference, you go towards the dying, you go towards the killing, you go towards the sound of gunfire, and that's exactly what they did here. And for the chief, I know this chief, and I've done some stories with him. This is something that they take very seriously, and they've done a lot of training on. Just recently, 2 weeks ago, they've had training. Medics, the tactical medics were just in training today when this happened, and they had to respond to this. Real life, he was saying that while they're in training, they have to respond to this. And many of the people in the law enforcement community looked at what happened at Uvalde and said, never on my watch. And you can hear that in the chief's voice today. He said, we got there, we got in as quickly as we could. They were on scene within 3 minutes, and the chief of the fire department there said they had everyone transported to the hospital within 15 minutes.
Really was a remarkable response, and the school had just undergone training as well. Everyone was trained for this. John, a lot of these mass shootings involve assault rifles, AR-15s or the like. This one was a handgun. How does that have an impact on the casualties, but also the investigation now?
Handguns are very common in these as well. If you look at the most deadly, mass school shooting was Virginia Tech, and that was an individual who had 2 Glock pistols and multiple magazines. Because the dynamic here is, this is close quarters battle, except it's a one-sided battle. Only the shooter has the gun, and when you look at your typical 9mm semi-automatic, that's between 10 and 14 rounds in a magazine. You drop one magazine and you can, get 10 or 14 more. And when you look at the numbers here, except for the round that the shooter saved for herself, 9 people shot, 3 dead or injured, it looks like she expended a lot of those rounds before turning the gun away.
All right, John Miller, Shimon Prokupecz, Chief Vangeli, thank you all so much for contributing to this discussion that I regret that we have to have.
Sad, sad, sad. It is a sad day that a 15-year-old child would have the knowledge to, end her own story by herself. She must have gone through a lot. And, just like Niabuk said in the chat, man, we just gotta extend grace. And now I feel for her. I feel for her. She did take other people's lives, and she said, a lot of BS about men, fathers, police, brown skin, teachers, or whatever, as long as they are men. But she must have gone through a lot to just, to do that. It is just total BS. Okay. More updates in Luigi Mangione. That's another tragedy. Luigi Mangione, y'all.
And tonight, an Outfront exclusive. My next guest is Gurwinder Bhogal, a British journalist who is friends with Luigi Mangione, the suspect in the murder of the United Healthcare CEO. Bhogal spoke extensively with Mangione starting in April of this year, when Mangione started to lose contact with other family and friends. The two met after Mangione became a fan of Bhogal's blog, which covers everything from politics to self-help. And they exchanged messages for months. They had a nearly 2-hour video conversation. Now, all of this ended in June when Mangione stopped communicating with Bhogal. In his first TV interview, Gurwinder Bhogal is out front exclusively. And Gurwinder, I appreciate your time. So you began exchanging emails with Mangione in April, and I know you also had hours-long video call with him in May. But can I start off with when he first reached out to you, and then you start interacting and exchanging many, many messages? What was your impression of him?
He seemed like a really down-to-earth guy. I mean, he was polite, he was thoughtful, he was open-minded. He seemed very curious. Curious was a very particular thing about him. He always wanted to know more about things, and sometimes I'd make an obscure reference to something, and he'd tell me to tell him more about it. So he was very interested in learning, and he was very interested in self-improvement as well. Like whenever I would sort of make a statement about, say, for example, human psychology, he would ask me how he could apply that to his life. So he was always looking for practical takeaways to things, constantly looking for self-improvement.
Which is very interesting. I know that he had talked to you about reading The 4-Hour Work Week, a book that had been a bestseller for ways to improve his life. He also, I know in conversations, and as you know, Gurwinder, he had posted about Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. He had talked about him in other posts, but I know that in your exchanges, you also had a chance to talk to him about Kaczynski. What did he say to you?
So one of the things about Luigi was that he was afraid of losing agency. He was afraid that technology was going to take people's agency away. He actually believed that this was already happening. And so he became interested in Kaczynski's work for this reason, because Kaczynski also believed this. And a lot of the conversation that we had was really about, how technology is taking people's agency away from them, and how we can sort of restore it, how we can reclaim our agency, how we can reclaim control over our lives. So that was something that resonated with him about Kaczynski's work.
So I want to ask you more about that. But first, when you're talking about, his view about humans losing agency, I know one of the exchanges you shared with us when he's talking about it being in Japan, when he had spent time there, and he's talking about NPC behavior, which stands for non-player characters, which appear in video games. And NPCs tend to behave very predictably, right? They don't think for themselves. So he, and in his exchange with you, he writes, Japan is peak NPCville. Scary lack of free will in this country. I'll have to tell you a story from my morning today where I saw a dude have a seizure on the street and run 2 blocks to the police station. They followed me to help, but refused to walk across any empty streets if the stoplight was red, even while the guy was seizing on the ground. Luigi. This is his, I guess, his view about the lack of connection that people could have for each other. Can you tell me more about how important this overall topic was in his psyche?
It took, I'd say about 90% of the 2-hour conversation we had was about sort of the effects of technology on agency, and well, not just technology, but culture as well. But he believed culture was downstream of technology. He believed that it was the technological developments that were causing the cultural changes that were resulting in things like what he would call NPC behaviors. So, he believed amongst the things that he believed was taking people's agency away from them was shallow entertainment. He really resonated with an article that I'd written called The Intellectual Obesity Crisis, which is about useless information and how we just are addicted to useless information because it's like shallow entertainment. And he was very concerned with things like online porn. Like, he believed that a lot of men were not going out and meeting women because they were addicted to porn. He was really concerned about video games. He believed that people were not making accomplishments. They were not accomplishing things in the real world because they were getting sort of these dopamine hits from video games. And he also believed social media addiction was a big problem that was taking people's agency away from them as well. He feared this was happening to him as well. And one of the topics of the conversation, was about, he wanted advice from me on how he could sort of reclaim some agency.
And so he reaches out to you and you have a video call. And I know the video call went nearly 2 hours. This was in May, which is really important timing, Gurwinder, because this is right before he sort of went off the grid or went missing in early July, as far as we understand it. Was there anything in that call that now you see what has happened stands out to you in retrospect?
There are a couple of things which kind of make a bit more sense now, but I can't say that I would have really predicted his behavior from that video call. He did allude to his frustrations with the US healthcare system. There was a brief exchange we had where he compared, he said that the US healthcare system was really expensive. And I told him about the NHS because here in the UK, we have a free healthcare system. And he kind of seemed to idolize the UK's healthcare system. And I told him it wasn't quite simple because although it was great, I'm a big fan of universal healthcare. I said that it's not quite as simple as that because we have big waiting lists in the UK. So, there's a bit of a trade-off. But I did say that the UK system was better than the US one, and he agreed with that.
So his mother, when I'm talking about the timing here, and I know you talked to him for hours in May, his mother said to police that she last spoke to him on July 1st. And obviously that's very soon after your call with him. Do you have any sense of what might have led to him at that point distancing himself from his family and friends? And actually distancing seems like too light of a word, right? He really completely stopped communicating with people in his life.
There was a part of the conversation where he said that the people around him were not on his wavelength and he was eager for a community of like-minded people. And that was one of the reasons why he wanted to talk to me, because he felt that I was a kindred spirit. And he just said that the people around him, he couldn't really talk to them because, he said that they were on a different wavelength. I don't remember much of that part of the conversation other than that statement that the people around him were not on the same wavelength as him. And again, he felt that the same was true in Japan as well. He felt like he just didn't really connect with the people in Japan. He went to Japan because he really enjoyed Japanese culture and he was a big fan of the Japanese sort of honor, the sense of honor. But he felt like it was a very sort of isolated place and he may have been lonely. I don't know. He may have been lonely.
Gurwinder, thank you very much. I really appreciate your taking the time.
Thank you.
When people say, when people say he might have been lonely, this is something that I take personal because a lot of people are lonely. A lot of people are lonely. This is just facts. You may be married, you may have kids, you may have friends and family, but a lot of people are lonely. A lot of people are still lonely regardless of being married or having kids or whatever. A lot of people are still lonely. So if loneliness is a criteria to, do all sort of BS, then it's like, life is hard, I get it, but Also, I know you guys heard about Hove and his allegations.
When you're trying.
So Jay-Z's lawyer comes out and, he holds a press briefing on the 13-year-old who allegedly says Jay-Z kind of raped her alongside Didi. Let's listen
to
to what he has
evaluate
to
whether
say.
something occurred, you have to look at different pieces of the narrative, the location where it happened, the witnesses, who were.
And people are saying this is the same lawyer that defends Elon Musk. People are saying these are the same lawyers that defend Elon Musk as well.
Were they? What did they say? The details. The details are very important in time. So we start off with the location. And according to their complaint, after approximately 20 minutes, she arrived at a White House with a U-shaped driveway and a gate. There is no such location in New York, 20 minutes from Radio City. It does not exist. There is no such location. We don't know whether they created a location in order to try to get jurisdiction in New York so they could bring this case in New York, or whether they just didn't do their homework. But any New Yorker knows there is no such location. Beyond that, this was supposed to have taken place at Mr. Combs' after party, according to them. When you look at the homes associated with Mr. Combs during that period of time, and even not during that period of time, none of them matches. He had a townhouse, he had a house in the Hamptons hours away, and he had homes in New Jersey, but not at that time. None of the homes work, the location doesn't work, because this never happened. And again, when you really bear down on the location and his whereabouts, you quickly realize, because if there's photographic evidence and witnesses are coming forward, that Mr. Carter was at a commercial establishment after the VMAs. He wasn't at a house. Unfortunately for them, they needed to create this house in order to create the narrative. But he wasn't at a White House that did not exist. And this is a photograph of him at a location after the VMAs. So as we can continue through this, Jane Doe does not say that the assault happened at a commercial establishment. She can't. That wouldn't make any sense. Yet they stand by it. They double down. They triple down. White House, White House. The White House doesn't exist. And then we get to the witnesses. And I think at the outset, everybody has to remember that in 24 years, not a single witness has ever come forward saying this happened. Quarter of a century. Think about that. She says she's at the party alone, this 13-year-old girl, and she finds herself in the room with the three most famous people at the party. Just think about how unnatural, how little common sense that makes. And according to her, one of the witnesses is a female celebrity who's just standing there watching the repetitive rape of a child. That celebrity does nothing, says nothing, reports nothing. And in fact, they won't even identify her. According to them, there's an adult female in the room watching the rape of a child. They refuse to identify her. So then we continue. And you look and there's celebrities that she says she's mingling with before. Afterwards, she says she runs out of the house naked. Runs out of the house naked. None of them notice that. None of them pay any notice. For 24 years, none of them has said anything. And so she's just asked in this interview, she's asked, well, I mean, celebrities are recognizable people. Surely you can tell us one celebrity that was there. Just give us one name so that we know this happened. And she says, okay, Benji Madden was there. And she wants to conjure up religion and say, I'm religious, I remember his tattoo. She looks and remembers so vividly the tattoo and the conversation with Mr. Madden. Well, Mr. Madden wasn't there. He already said he wasn't there. His tour schedule said he wasn't there. And he wasn't there because this never happened. None of this ever happened. And you keep going, and you ask yourself, well, who is this complete?
Man, what do you guys think about this Hove case, this Jay-Z's case with Didi? Well, now, this is the first allegation with the Jay-Z case because they're trying to tie Jay-Z with Didi. But you know what they say, birds of the same feather flock together or whatever. But I don't know. What do you guys think, though? What do you guys think? Do you think Hove knows, or do you think, first of all, Didi has had, more than 100 people come out and say he did some sort of nasty stuff. And some people are going to say, well, maybe they're trying to get money from him. Well, over 100 people. And now Hove has just had one person, 13, when they were 13 years old, 24 years ago, coming out now saying he did something. I don't know, man. I don't know if this is all true or whatnot, but If Didi actually did all of those stuff and they found like 1,000 baby oil or whatever they found, would Hove not know anything about it? And if say Hove doesn't know anything about it, is this person trying to just get some money from Hove? Life is just wild. You never know. Like, you just never know. Your favorite celebrity, you just never know.
Complaining witness. She does not come forward with her real name. She proceeds under Jane Doe. There's no report to the police. According to her, she never tells anybody for 24 years. Not one person, not alone in the car for 5 hours at home, on her way home. Not one person, not a diary, not a family member, not a friend. Most people, when this happens, there's a need to tell somebody. We call these prompt outcry witnesses. In most complaints like this, people tell somebody. She says nobody for 24, 25 years. And then we get to the details. And I want to make sure this is clear. When people make up an account, whether intentionally or their mind is playing tricks on them, they can always get that core part of the story right. They can just keep repeating it over and over and over again. This is what happened, that core part. But they're always going to mess up the details. When something isn't real, when something doesn't happen, you're going to get the details wrong because you weren't really there. And so she starts with her story about her friend that dropped her off. Okay? This drive of over 5 hours, the friend would have had to have gone 10 plus hours to drop her off because she's got to get there. If this is real, she's got to get there. But guess what? This friend of hers, she doesn't get out of the car, right? Think about that. She's just leaving a 13-year-old girl alone in Midtown. She doesn't even want to get out of the car. She came all that way. There can't be a witness there. She can't have a witness there because this never happened. So as you keep going, you ask yourself, but how did she end up in the car in the first place? And so she creates this story. She says, I snuck out the window, right? But now we know she came from Rochester. So she would have been sneaking out of the window at 3 in the afternoon in the middle of broad daylight. Never heard of such a thing, defies common sense, doesn't make any sense because this never happened. And so she tells this story because she's got to create a way that she gets out of the house and ends up in New York City. And as we keep going here, the friend that implausibly leaves her there, there's then some pressure on that part of the story because it doesn't make any sense. And so the lawyer is asked, well, just produce the friend. And so he has to find somebody that can make this work. And of course, as soon as he's pressed, they find somebody who they say is no longer alive. They can't corroborate it, and there's nobody to talk to. Okay, and if we could keep going. Next slide. So she then gets there, right? And she has this vivid tale of watching it on a Jumbotron. It's in her complaint. Clear as day. There was no Jumbotron that year. Okay? I don't know whether they were Googling images and found the wrong year. I don't know whether she's just making it up out of whole cloth. There is no Jumbotron. In fact, they didn't even get a permit, according to the police and the city, for the Jumbotron that year. So that didn't happen. None of the details are right because this never happened. If we can keep going. And then she says, I'm knocking on the doors and the windows of limousines and VIPs. Of course, that doesn't work either. If you look at the video, photographs, that whole area was blocked off. We've spoken to numerous people there that were in security. No one could have gotten anywhere near those cars because this never happened. She gets that fact wrong. And you know, the whole story about, of all people, she knocks on Puff's window. 13-year-old girl in Midtown by herself. Just think about that. Think about how illogical that is. Keep going. Again, this is Eminem performing in the streets. No Jumbotron. All the cars barricaded. Her facts don't check out because this never happened. If we keep going. So what ends up happening then, and this is important, is her original account in the original complaint says that at 9:30 or 10, she's told to wait there to get a ride to the after party. Okay? That also doesn't work because there's photographs now of Mr. Combs, Mr. Carter at commercial establishments in New York after the VMAs. So this narrative of at 10 o'clock she ends up at this party can't work. They got caught. So they change it in the amended complaint that there's this multiple drop-off and pickup that lands them at this White House that doesn't exist. So as we continue, this is again her account of trying to change the story into this multiple drop-off period to get them at the house to deal with the fact that there's photographic evidence that that's not where the after party was in the first place. And so as this account continues, you have to look at the timeline. You have to look at the timeline. So there's an old expression that time doesn't lie. Everything else that I'm talking about, these glaring inconsistencies, these are not minor inconsistencies. These are not minor problems with this story. This is utter falsehoods. Time never lies. And so if you look at the time, no matter what, this couldn't have happened. It's not even possible that this happened. And this is so important. So again, now that we know that it's a 5-hour drive in each direction, how she gets to the VMAs, okay, we're going to talk in some detail about this White House and whether or not they could have gotten there. And then again, Doe returns home to Rochester, okay? And this is very important. Because she returns home, she has to leave the New York area by 1:30 in the morning at the latest, okay? If you look at any of these White Houses and you look at the closest gas stations that could be to any of these White Houses, you have to leave this White House party by 12:45 in order to get to the gas station at 1:30 to call your father to pick you up to get home to Rochester at 6:30. So remember, she only has till 12:45 for everything that she says to have happened. The VMAs end at after 11. So you're talking about a window of a little more than an hour that this could possibly have happened, even by their own account. And she says, during that little bit more than an hour, not only does she get to the house, not only is she inside mingling with celebrities, she has a drink, she's then sexually assaulted in front of an adult female multiple times. She gets out of that, she fights through it, she leaves the house naked, she gets all the way to the gas station. She had 37 minutes to possibly do this. Okay, even under their account. Okay, and of course, the biggest problem, perhaps of all, is there's photographs putting Mr. Combs and Mr. Carter at different places, not in a White House during that 37 minutes. So when I tell you that it's not just that this story is a lie and that it's not true, it's provably, demonstrably false. This never happened. So we talked about this 37 minutes. The earliest, even if we didn't have that establishments. Remember, this is innocence on top of innocence. Even if we didn't have that, according to her, the earliest they could have gotten to the house is 12:11. And the reason for that is if the VMAs end and the drive is...
This is wild, guys. So Luigi's attorney, oh my God. Luigi's attorney, man, shout out to mobile app real fast. Was it mobile app? Let me see. Who said that in the chat? Who said that in the chat, though? Yeah, it was mobile app. So, according to research, I just searched it, okay? United Healthcare CEO killing suspect Luigi Mangione and Sean Diddy Combs' attorney are married. United Healthcare CEO killing suspect Luigi Mangione and Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers are married. What? This is a prank, y'all. This must be a prank. What the heck going on right here? United Healthcare CEO killing suspect Luigi Mangione. The leading suspect. Okay. And Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers are a married couple. What? So no lawyers in town no more. No lawyers in town no more, guys. There are no lawyers in town. Everybody now goes to... Wait, man. Something is wrong right here. How can Luigi Mangione's attorney and Sean Diddy Combs' attorney be married? This ain't right. This ain't right, y'all. Somehow they have the two biggest cases on earth. in the same year. They are the hottest couple lawyers in the world right now. Right now, Luigi Mangioni's lawyer and Sean Diddy Combs' lawyer are married. Figure that out. Just figure it out, y'all, because I can't figure this out.
20 minutes. The driver has to go there, drop them off, come back, pick her up, bring her back. She can't get there. And again, this is lickety-split. This is as fast as is possible, okay? This is no traffic leaving Radio City in Midtown during an awards ceremony. 12:11. She has to leave that white residence by 12:48 in order for her father to pick her up at the gas station. 37 minutes. That's the entire window of opportunity here. So here again is the timeline. Shows the 11:11 VMA's end, the drop-off, the pickup, and the drop-off. Next slide. And again, here we are. You see the 37 minutes. This is the 42 minutes it takes to walk. This is the closest gas station. And this is, remember this is a 13-year-old girl walking who has issues, who is maybe drugged according to her, who's just been viciously raped multiple times, who was holding her own clothing trying to get to a gas station that she had never been before. Okay? No map, no cell phone, no nothing. Straight line, it's 42 minutes. Okay? The story doesn't work, it doesn't check out. Okay? This never happened. Next slide. These are all the things that they claim happened in that 37 minutes. Okay? And again, 37 is giving them every benefit of the doubt as how long this window could be. Every benefit of the doubt. But here's an even bigger problem. There are photographs of Mr. Carter and Mr. Combs at commercial establishments during the 37 minutes. They're not there. Even if you try to come up with the fastest possible timeline, I'm talking about no traffic, nobody getting in your way at the door, right to the bar kind of timeline, it still doesn't work. Because they had to leave Radio City, they had to go to the commercial establishments. Mr. Combs is photographed at 2 different commercial establishments with Jennifer Lopez, 2 establishments. They had to go to both of those establishments and get back to the White House. Get back to the White House before she has to leave at 12:30. None of this can work. And in fact, and I think this is very important, you will notice in the photographs that Miss Lopez changes clothing between the 2 events that they go to in New York City. You can see in one photograph she's wearing one outfit and another. So she had to be able to, in this 40-minute window, get to multiple events. They're seen drinking, socializing. She has to change outfits, change her hair, all within 40 minutes to get to that White House in time. And you're saying to yourself, so that's not possible. You're right, it's not possible. It's because this never happened. And then we get to the end. She kept running until she reached a gas station. A female clerk noticed her, allowed her to use the phone. Plaintiff called her father, admitted that she had lied about her whereabouts. And this is a very small thing, very small. But remember, when you leave house and you're 13, you have to have a story. You either have to sneak out and not have a lie, or you tell your parents a lie. Sort of 2 options, right? Earlier, she says, well, I didn't tell my parents a lie, I just snuck out the window, right? Here, she says, well, I lied. See, do you know what that means? That means she's lying even within her own story. They can't both be true. And I said earlier that no witnesses have come forward in basically a quarter of a century, except for one. Now there's one, her own father, the person who knows her best. And he came forward too, and he said, you know what? This never happened. This never happened. And his attention was drawn to it. I feel like I would remember that. And they said, but you've got a lot going on. Maybe you forgot this. You've got a lot going on. They told him, listen, you've got a lot going on. Try to see if they pressed him, if he stuck to his story. He said, yeah, I have a lot going on, but that's something that would definitely stick in my mind. Of course it would stick in your mind. You drove 10.
First of all, you gotta, no father would want to come out and say, yeah, my daughter snuck out of the house. My daughter snuck out of the house under my supervision, and I let my daughter get potentially, allegedly, according to her, assaulted. Okay. No father would want to admit to that. But, I'm not saying what the lawyer is saying is cap, but anything is possible on earth. It is just what it is.
10 hours to pick up your 13-year-old daughter in New York City? It's not something you would forget. It's not something that he did forget because this never happened. And of course, just like the friend that couldn't be there at the beginning, you can't have a witness to something that never happened. When asked, well, what did you say to your father in the car? What did you talk about? Nothing. She says not a word was spoken. There can't be a conversation because this never happened. And so you got to ask yourself what's going on here, right? And you all saw that videotape of her being interviewed in the shadowy room. She's holding a teddy bear. She's talking about her issues, her head trauma. She's been through a lot in her life, you can tell. And so who took advantage of this? Why are we here? Why is this story getting created? And I'll tell you who took advantage of this. This lawyer took advantage of this. That's what's going on here. And you can see here, now that this is starting to unravel and the truth is coming out, he's starting to walk away from it. He's saying, oh, sorry, this case was referred to our firm by another firm, so I didn't really check it out, is basically what he's saying, right? He brings an accusation like this, attacks a man with the integrity of Mr. Carter, and all he has to say for himself now is, well, I didn't really check on this. I got a referral, trying to make a little bit of money, so we just went live with it. Next. Here is again the timeline that he went live with. In the face of this irrefutable, time doesn't lie evidence, he went live with it. And again, it doesn't work. This 37 minutes, it does not work. It does not work because there's photographs. There's photographs. You can find them on the internet of them. They're changing clothes. She's changed clothes. Do you know how long that takes for her to go to 2 events, change clothes, get inside, have drinks, they're socializing, they're not popping into these events. To then get back out into the suburbs somewhere at a house that doesn't exist? It's not possible. Actually not possible. He is for sure innocent of this accusation. Next slide. But this lawyer, he doesn't care about things like this. The only other person he's brought a complaint against for just mere association, merely being at a Sean Combs party, he's already been wrong about that one too. He had to change that one. If you look at the next slide, he got the year wrong. He said there was a party in the Hamptons. Mr. Combs was in Saint-Tropez at the time. Didn't check out. 2 claims, neither are checking out. If we could keep going. And we have this, individuals calling my office, telling me story after story, and I'm not going to get sidetracked. People think I'm going to start saying, explaining he's a grifter and all these things about him. I'm not here to talk about him more than I need to. But there's people calling the office saying, yeah, they were being pressured to say stuff, to say that they were with Mr. Combs. These are affidavits. They're filed in court. This is what you're dealing with here. Next slide. And so this is who took advantage of the woman in the shadowy video. He gives a press conference, 1-800 number, and he claims 2 days after posting that press conference, 2 days, that he has 120 fully vetted plaintiffs. 120. Anybody that does this for real, anyone that knows what they're doing, knows to corroborate, to interrogate, and to be sure about even one person takes weeks. One person. You've got to find out if their story makes sense. Did they really get dropped off? Does any of it check out? Is there corroboration? Are there any witnesses? It takes weeks for one. He had 120 in 2 days. When he files these cases, he doesn't even enter his notice of appearance. He just has some other lawyer file them. He holds these press conferences. He says, listen, anybody out there, just call the 1-800 number. If you can put yourself anywhere near a Sean Combs party at any point, we can go after the other celebrities there. We can make money together. Just call the 1-800 number. That's all you need to do. And then we'll send a letter to the celebrity. They're not going to want to have this in the public light. And they're going to be shaken down and they'll send us money. So he's just call the number. And Mr. Carter said no. He said, that's not going to happen anymore. I'm going to put my foot down. And that's what he did. And I would urge any other celebrity that's being shaken down right now to do the same thing and to stand with truth. None of this ever happened. And what this 1-800-LAWYER is doing, he's taking the justice away from this. He's destroying this opportunity and the voices of real victims, and it's got to end. So, are there any questions? Yes.
One question.
Sure.
So for the people that are calling your office, I'm assuming if it's not dismissed, like worst case scenario, and you guys move forward to try and show that everything you just told us, what evidence are you guys submitting other than the accounts they're giving you over the phone? Like, or do any of those people calling you have like emails between them and Busby or text conversations where they're encouraging this stuff?
Yeah, so let me divide that question into two if I can. We expect the case to be dismissed. If it's not, eventually this will all crumble because it can't possibly have happened mathematically. You don't even need witnesses. They don't have any witnesses because this never happened, and you don't need witnesses because the time doesn't work. There's literally photographic evidence that proves that this could not have happened. In terms of what's going to happen to Mr. Busby for this racket and everything else going on, time will tell. But this is how things unravel. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Who is Lex Intelligence, and has your firm ever hired them in connection with Tony Busby to investigate Tony Busby as he's alleged?
I don't know that firm, don't know those people, and the answer is no.
So this might just be an extension of the first question, but you said that there were people calling saying they were being pressured to say that they were with Mr. Combs. Can you elaborate on that, please? Are they calling you to say that they're being pressured?
Yeah, there was a witness that came forward that contacted my office and submitted an affidavit in court regarding this that accounted for what occurred on that day.
So the lawyer that is actually suing Hove, his name is Tony Busby. Well, he first sued Sean. No. He first sued because their name is the same, Sean. Diddy and Jay-Z, they have the same first name, Sean Combs, Sean Carter. So the lawyer that first sued Sean Combs, his name is Tony Busby, and he's now including Hove, Jay-Z, Sean Carter into the same, situation, saying the 13-year-old came out and complained and said, you know what, look, you did this to me 24 years ago. But this guy is here saying there's an inconsistency in Busby's filing and the victim's story as well. But time will tell. Time will tell. Stories like this, when they start coming out, I don't think it ever really goes away forever. As long as one person comes out and say you did this to them, especially if you're like, connected to someone like Diddy, and Diddy is almost going to be. I'm not. This is just hypothetically. Okay, this is my opinion. He's almost going to be convicted. This is just it. Okay, he's almost going to be convicted. Now, Sean Carter is a different story. Sean Combs, I think, is almost going to be convicted, but Sean Carter is a different story. However, it's like if Sean Combs is convicted, then it's just a matter of time for Sean Carter, who happens to be Hove, Jay-Z, to be convicted. But then that means there would be no superhero in the brown skin community, as far as I know, because these are the two largest names, Jay-Z and P. Diddy. These are the two largest names in the entertainment business in the world, in the United States, at least. And the United States rules the world when it comes to entertainment. So Jay-Z worth $2.5 billion, and Sean Combs worth, P. Diddy worth $900 million. And if both of these people like go down, that's like $3 billion put together. Okay. And if both of them go down, then you better know all of the celebrities are going to start, going down the drain, because Hove has signed so many people. Hove, Jay-Z. I mean, most people know his name is Hove, right? So I'm just going to call him Jay-Z. Jay-Z signed Kanye West. He signed Rihanna. He signed so many people. Okay. So if Jay-Z is guilty and Diddy is guilty, how many more are guilty? It's just my opinion, okay? I'm not saying they're guilty. I'm just talking off the points that his lawyer is making and Busby's allegations towards Jay-Z. And of course, Busby already sued P. Diddy.
Which was they called the Busby firm. They said they had an inquiry. The inquiry had nothing to do with Mr. Combs, Mr. Carter, or any of this. And the people at the Busby.
Shout out to Nathan. Nathan says Jay-Z has not been one of the largest, or is not one of the largest. I would argue he's never been the top rapper ever. I'm not saying largest and top rappers are two different things, bro. So right now, if you say who is the trendy artist, you can say Lil Durk, you can say Lil Baby, you can say Boss Mandela, you can say what's his name? Whiskey, where'd you go? Hey. Yeah, what's that guy's name? I don't even know his name no more. But yeah, you know the song I'm talking about. So it's like having a trendy song and being the largest are two different things. Like you could say the hottest R&B singer right now is like Caesar, okay? Or who would you say is like the trendy artist making music right now? I don't know. You know, I don't really listen to these people, but Beyonce is the largest. Taylor Swift is the largest. Those are the two largest. So you could be trendy, but that doesn't mean you're large, okay? You could be trendy, but that doesn't mean you're large, bro. So Beyonce is still the largest. Taylor Swift is still the largest. Same with Jay-Z and Diddy. Anybody coming, popping, you know, making a little change, yeah, it is what it is. However, being the largest means you have the most influence. You have the most resources. You have the most billions. So it's like Jay-Z has a contract with NFL. And I mean, do you know the kind of resources, the kind of connection, the kind of name, the kind of notoriety you have to have a contract with NFL? You're not a sportsman. He's not like a athlete. He's actually having a, you know, entertainment deal with them where he supplies them artists. He supplied them Usher. He supplied them, you know, I think J-Lo and Shakira in the same year. He supplied Dre, 50 Cent, Eminem. Now he's supplying them with, what's his name? Kendrick. Okay. So, and NFL says they're not going to pull this contract. NFL says, you know what? We're not going to pull the contract from Hove. I think they signed another 2 years. I don't know. But maybe that would be the last. Who knows? Nobody knows. But look, it takes for Jay-Z to go down, it would take a whole village because he's connected, heavily protected. He may be innocent. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. But if he is innocent, I don't think he should go down for what he didn't do. But if he's not innocent, then, you know, whatever happens, happens. But Jay-Z is definitely the largest entertainer, especially like brown skin. I'm not talking about like everybody, of course. I mean, it's different. But for brown skin community, Jay-Z is by far the largest. Him and Diddy.
Firm said, well, why don't we try to push this in the direction of the Combs case? That's a better decision in sum and substance. That's a better way to go here. This individual refused to do that, contacted my office and signed them, and then an affidavit was submitted to court. Yes?
You mentioned the letters that Busby's been sending out to unnamed celebrities in relation to these Combs lawsuits. What were your interactions on behalf of Mr. Carter before he was renamed in the amended complaint?
Well, after the letter was received, we obviously knew this was completely false and we weren't going to be shaken down. So the efforts were nothing because there was nothing to discuss in any meaningful way.
Do you know who the Jane Doe is, like her actual identity? Has there been like research into that on your end?
Yeah, because it's a fair question. Because she's been blacked out in the video and because a court has not unmasked her in court, I'm not going to get into her.
So Nathan says from 1999 to 2024, Jay-Z's never had a #1 album. And Timothy says he disagreed with what I said, that Jay-Z, meaning Jay-Z is the largest brown skin entertainer ever. Well, minus Michael Jackson. Timothy says Jay-Z was not the best at any time. So look, you can say what you want. You can say Jay-Z was never the best. Whatever you say, okay? But the fact is, he is the wealthiest brown skin entertainer to ever leave. Okay, to ever live on earth. He has $2.5 billion in net worth. He is the most influential when it comes to the community. Okay, he signed the biggest artists that you guys listen to, that you guys buy their merchandise, that you buy their albums. He signed Rihanna. He signed Kanye West. And you can say Kanye West is bigger than Jay-Z. What, like, songs, like, record-wise, you could say Kanye West has more records or more hits than Jay-Z. You can say that, but he signed Kanye West. You can say Rihanna is like even bigger than Beyonce, whatever you want to say. But he signed Rihanna, and he happened to be married to Beyonce. I'm not like saying I'm not supporting him or whatever he's doing or whatever. I'm just saying, like, I'm not here arguing with you guys saying he didn't have number one song, he didn't have number one record, he didn't have number one album. He has the highest Grammy awards, and this is how you categorize influence and power and notoriety and accolades in that world. Okay, in the Hollywood world, in the Hollywood game, this is how you get your notoriety. He has the highest Grammy awards as a rapper, as any musician, period. Him and his wife, Beyonce, has the most Grammy awards, followed by Jay-Z. So it's like, come on. He is the richest. Okay, now Gaudi says $2.8 billion in net worth. That's what he has. So almost $3 billion. There's nobody close to that. Okay, and the next person is Diddy. So when I say he is the largest, if you could take that big fish down, I could tell you, like, now Diddy isn't even like the main issue right now. The biggest fish, the biggest shark, the biggest whale in the ocean is Hove. It's Jay-Z, it's Sean Carter. So it's like, if you bring down that big whale, Sean Carter, then there's nothing left. There is absolutely nothing left. Woo, Dr. Dre, Eminem, those, like, compared to Jay-Z, nah, those people ain't it. Compared to Jay-Z, man, it's over. Nathan says Kanye's net worth during Adidas was 4.3. Absolutely. But who signed Kanye West, though? Jay-Z signed Kanye West. So it's like, he's made so many billionaires that you cannot do anything but just give him his flowers. He may be nasty, like y'all say, he may be whatever, he may be guilty, maybe whatever, but he is by far the biggest whale. And if they can bring that big whale down, just like they did Bill Cosby, just like they did OJ, I mean, look, anything is possible in this world. I just hope he didn't do none of that stuff. Okay? I just hope he did not do any of those stuff. But, I mean, if Diddy did it, and he is like 5 and 6 with Diddy, they've been together for a long time. I don't know, man. I can't tell if he doesn't know anything about it.
Identity, you will notice that I did not get into some of her issues. I don't want to, it's really sad in many respects, and I don't want to get into that, so I'm not going to unmask her here today.
Has the accuser tried to reach out to Mr. Carter before, or any of his camp or anyone?
Not to my knowledge. Yes?
Busby indicated that there was a second alleged victim. Has he given any notice that he's pursuing that claim as well?
No, and I would hope not after what's going on here. Yes?
You mentioned in your recent filing on this docket that you were intending to file a motion to dismiss. What's the timeline on that? Are you working on that?
Yeah, so we did file a motion to dismiss the day after this was filed.
Right.
The Rule 11 letter, which basically says that a lawyer is not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to not vet a claim and file a false claim in court, or it needs to come down. The way that works, and it's a little technical, is that the court has to allow you to file faster than you should otherwise be allowed to file. So we are hopeful that the court will respond today, and we will file that. If not, there are other things that we're going to do to bring the truth to light. Are there any other questions? Yes?
Are there any witnesses who will be corroborating Mr. Carter's testimony that he was not there that night? Or is that sort of what you're hinting at, that if necessary, you will provide those people?
Yeah, I mean, it's like asking to corroborate something that never happened. I mean, there are dozens and dozens of people that are going to say there was no party at the White House. that put all of these celebrities where they're already put in photographs, in different places, not at a White House. Remember, according to her, all three of these people, I mean, you all have seen the photographs, I mean, on the internet, and I just showed you some. All three of these people would have had to have been at this White House together, alone in a room. Just think about that. Alone in a room with this 13-year-old girl at exactly the time that they're at commercial establishments. So I mean, there's no proof better than time. But of course, there are going to be people that are going to say that they were all out that night and nowhere near a White House, and they went to an after party at a commercial establishment, and this is all fantasy.
If this case is dismissed after that, are you guys decided indefinitely to file anything in addition, like an defamation lawsuit?
This issue with a lawyer taking advantage of the situation is going to be dealt with, I can assure you. And I think sort of stay tuned. I think the first thing today was to make sure that everybody understands. This is not an account of inconsistencies. I wanted everybody to understand that this never happened. This is completely false. And then we'll move forward from there. Yes?
What is Mr. Carter's account of that night? Does he say he was at multiple locations, just that nightclub, the Lotus nightclub that he was photographed at?
Yeah, so I'm not going to get into sort of privileged communications and talk too much about that, but I will say that he was not at any house or any location. They were in New York City. They were at commercial establishments with lots of people around.
Now, this is going to be really hard because he is trying to defend P. Diddy as well as Jay-Z. Just defend Jay-Z, okay? Because if you keep putting Jay-Z and Diddy together, Jay-Z's most likely going to, get the boot as well. Just if Diddy is going to take the fall, which I am thinking he will, they better just separate Jay-Z and Diddy and say, you know what, Jay-Z never knew anything and all that. But if you keep saying Diddy and Jay-Z were never there, Diddy and Jay-Z, Diddy and Jay-Z, nobody's going to buy those BS, okay? Diddy and, nah, man. Just say Jay was never there. Okay. Jay was never there. I don't know about Diddy.
This is obviously completely false.
How's Mr. Carter feeling?
He's upset. He's upset that somebody would be allowed to do this. They would make a mockery of the system like this. He's upset that this distracts and dissuades real victims from coming forward. He's upset that his kids and his family have to deal with this. He's upset, and he should be upset.
Is your firm investigating Busby, talking to people around him as he's alleged in some of his legal suit, in his suit against Tony Emanuel?
Yeah, that suit went nowhere, as you saw. And what happens when people bring frivolous cases and run rackets like this is, of course, we're asking questions. I've got people contacting my office telling me chapter and verse about him. So we don't shut off the phone lines. I'm listening because I'm trying to figure out how this is allowed to proceed like this. Yes?
He posted a photo on his Instagram of 3 men at a door of his client, suggesting that investigators came and said that they would pay $1,000 for plaintiffs to file a suit against him. I mean, do you have any connection to those men that he?
And that's another thing. Like, people have been saying, like, influencers have been coming out saying that private investigators have been contacting them and saying, you know what, do you have any information on who is asking you to talk about Diddy? So it's like, what is going on? Are this true conversations, or it's like, but people like take photos and post it on their shorts, post it on their page. There's this lady I follow, I forgot her name. She has like over 2 million subscribers on YouTube. And she's talking about how private investigators actually came over to her home and her friends were like, she's not home, da-da-da. And it's like, and they're saying they're from, I think, the support Diddy or something. It's like, what is going on? Like, what is going on? They say it's cap, but yet they're sending people to go over to influencer's house. They're just making it worse, okay? They're making it worse for themselves. But with that being said, just like I said, if you're talking about Hove, Jay-Z, Sean Carter, please take away Didi and Sean Combs. Just don't put them in the same sentence, because the more you categorize them in the same sentence, it's like most likely both of them are going to go down the drain.
The photograph, do those men have any connection to Quinn Emanuel?
Zero. Okay, I don't know whether it's completely false or not, but zero connection to those people. Have no idea what that is. Don't know whether he made it up out of whole cloth. Don't know if he's trying to distract from what he's under now. But no, there's no truth to that. Anything else?
Sorry. Will Mr. Carter say anything more specifically about Mr. Combs? He didn't really address him in his statement, but anything, since outlets and internet speculation have tried to affiliate the two of them, he didn't really, in his statement, specifically say anything about any of the allegations.
I mean, Mr. Carter has nothing to do with Mr. Combs' case or Mr. Combs. They knew each other professionally for a number of years, just like in all professions. People know each other. At the music awards, they support each other. If you go to the NBA All-Star game, they support each other. That's just how professions work. There is no closer association between any of them. That's also a matter of fiction. That's all that there is. He doesn't know anything about the charges or allegations against him. He has nothing to do with that case. And there's nothing more to say.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. My man. My man. Now, this is what I expect, okay? Distance yourself. You better distance yourself, my dog. Distance yourself. Don't be trying to, be together. Oh, man. Oh, man. He is distancing himself. Jay is distancing himself from Didi. He went, look, haven't you seen, like, them popping bottles together? Not in the clubs, guys. In the private home. Okay? They had a party, like, Rockefeller party, Hove and Diddy be together. Khalid, Rihanna, Beyonce, all the Hollywood finest in the same room. So it's like, yeah, I get it. I get it.
Yes.
In the original filing before it was amended, and even after, there's a second, the woman celebrity that you mentioned was in the room. That woman celebrity, whoever that is, has there been any other people that may have been with Mr. Carter or even Puff that night that have reached out to you guys just wanting to know what is happening, just so that they can prepare for kind of even a fight back like Jay-Z is right now?
Well, we know other celebrities have received letters, and we've spoken to other celebrities that were there that night that say this is what they know about this. This makes no sense, couldn't have happened because they were all at a commercial establishment. So I hope that answers your question. Yes.
Was there a specific amount of money or something specific that was demanded of Mr. Carter in this demand letter that was sent to you before the complaint was filed?
There isn't a specific number that has been demanded.
Did they specifically ask for money? In the demand letter, what did...
Yeah, so I've been asked this question before. People like this, they don't send demand letters out to not get money. That's all they want. Okay, this is not for truth and justice. This is for money. So the request was to sit down and talk about a way to resolve this matter, and we all know what that means. Yes.
Do you have any plans to release the demand letter?
Not as I stand here today. I'm more concerned with making sure that everybody knows this didn't happen. I know there's a lot of questions about this lawyer and who's after him and how much wrong has he done and these questions, and I totally understand that and respect those questions, but we'll turn to that later. Anything else? Okay. Thank you all very much for your time.
Well, there you have it. Jay-Z's lawyer ain't playing around. He's trying to distance himself from Didi, which he should have been doing in the first place, okay? You can't be out here not doing what you're supposed to be doing. That's what you're supposed to be doing, distancing yourself from goddamn Didi. It is what it is. Okay. It is what it is. Okay, so what's next? What is next? What we got right here? Let's go see what CNN talking about. Let's go see what CNN talking about. Okay, there's this. I want you guys to actually see this. I don't know if you guys actually watch the women's basketball game. You guys watch it? Let me know if you watch it in the chat. Let me know if you watch it in the chat, everybody. Let's get it. Jersey said 1,000% Jay-Z's involved.
Interesting,
God,
because since she came into the league, we have to talk about the attention that she has received. She's a phenomenal player. I've never seen anybody shoot the ball the way she shoots the ball in the WNBA. I'm just being honest. She, early on in her collegiate career, reminded me of Steph Curry, and that's where all this attention came from. But before she entered a league that started in 1997, there were the Lisa Leslies and the Dawn Staleys and the Cheryl Swoops of it all, who really built this league. And they weren't getting the attention because, let's face it, the league was built in a way in which it wasn't mainstream. And all she's simply saying is that I want to respect those who come before me. Now, conservatives do one of two things that I am so fascinated with, especially when it comes to her. Either they whine or they bully. So now it's time to do both. They're bullying her when she decides to just like a post about Taylor Swift post about Taylor Swift endorsing Kamala Harris. They
Endorsing
unfollow her.
voting.
Like saying go vote. And then they unfollow her in droves. And then she says, you know what? I am so grateful for all this money I make. I'm making more money than most of these women will ever see in their lifetime because I am a great player, but I'm also someone that they are using as their message person, that they are using me as a conduit to get their message out. And she says, no, I don't want any of that. I'm grateful. And hopefully I can shine some attention on Bakari because no one's paying attention to Bakari. And so I'm going to give Bakari some attention because you know what? Thank you for keeping this league alive, Bakari. Everything that you've done has really got to the point where I can be here and benefit in this moment. And Megyn Kelly, saying she's on a knee apologizing because she's white, she's acknowledging the reverse DEI that no one wants to talk about. She has a privilege. She has been in this league for a year? And she makes more money than the people who built this league, and she understands there's a reason. Not because she shoots the ball well. Yes, that also helps, but there's another reason, Scott. There's a reason that says I'm white, and it's a privilege, and people love me. And I'm okay with that, but I want to also acknowledge everyone else. Why is she being bullied?
Why is that wrong?
Why is she being bullied for acknowledging something that's smart, truth, and factual?
Well, a couple things. Number one,
Here we go.
whether you're an athlete or anyone else, if I hear you use the phrase "my truth," I immediately then discount everything else you say because there isn't my truth or your truth. There's just the truth. And when you start using phrases like that, it tells me that
That's not true.
your brain.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, sister, that's true. There's only truth. There is no my truth. There is no your truth. It is it is truth. The truth. Is it nighttime right now? Absolutely yes. My truth is it's morning. What does that even mean? Okay. It's only the truth. There is no your truth. There is no my truth. Okay? And that's where the issue is. People like saying, this is my truth. This is your truth. I'll say my truth. That's where feminism started. I'll say my truth. This is my truth. Man, you ain't got no truth. It's only the truth. And when you start talking about racial profiling and all that stuff, then cap begins. Kaepernick begins.
Has been captured by something that I don't really respect.
That's not true.
Number two.
That's not true.
Number two, the attention the league got this year was amazing, and it was all because of her. She is an amazing player. The arenas were full when she played in them. The TV ratings were up when she was on television. That's undeniable. But the league still lost like $40 million this year. And it's never made money. And to me, when you're talking about respecting people who built something, what did they build? A league that loses money every year? She has the capacity.
What do you mean?
To
What did they build? What do you mean? What did they build?
What kind of a business did they build?
They've had a
doesn't make
business
money.
model that has allowed women who have never had a professional sport here in America, in the United States of America, to play. They've kept it alive as opposed to sending them overseas. That's what she's built. That's what they've built.
This is the problem with the conversation about
business that has never made money. They built it. It has never made money, dog. It has never made any money. I don't even look. Who watched the women basketball league? I don't know if you guys. I think probably Vegas watches the women basketball league. Do you watch it, Vegas? I don't know, man. Because I know I ain't know nobody. I don't know. Even women do not watch the women league. They go watch LeBron James, Steph Curry. That's what they'll go watch. Okay. Nobody watches the women basketball league. And she's about to make it all racial discrimination. There we go.
Race in this country that we've never tackled. Because there are two things fundamentally wrong with what Scott said. The first is when you say things like my truth, right? And you just tune that out. My truth is just vastly different than yours. It's not just the truth. In fact, one of the things I would like to just help you understand is that the definition of white supremacy, do you know what the definition of white supremacy is? It's when you feel like equality is oppression. And for some reason, it gets so entangled because people just simply...
The fact is, this guy is wearing a blazer, a shirt on national TV. The lady saying my truth or this discrimination, racial discrimination. These people are not your everyday Americans struggling to pay bills. I'll tell you that much. And they're still the people pandering, promoting racial discrimination. These are the people causing the racial discrimination in our society. These people
want equality, and you feel like that's taking away something from you. I'm not dare saying that anybody at this table is a white supremacist, but what I am trying to do is at least educate you on what the truth is. And so we both come from different, we want the same America for our children, but we come from different places. We don't necessarily want equality. Some of us just want equity, right? And all I'm saying about Caitlin Clark
That's a different statement.
All I'm saying about it's not a different statement. All I'm saying about Caitlin Clark is this. I have a bias against Caitlin Clark.
Yes,
just innately.
you have said it, yes.
And I wanted to be extremely clear because I'm a South Carolina Gamecock fan, and she took away one championship from us. But I also recognize that Caitlin Clark knows something that this is the second point. The first point was my truth. The second point is, Scott, you cannot denigrate. You cannot simply say that Dawn Staley and Lisa Leslie and Cheryl Swoops and all these women who do something insanely better than all of us at this table did not build anything that you can't respect. Yet the league wasn't built in a way that would make money. That's not what it is.
That's not what it was for.
But these ladies gave their all. The Sue Birds of the world. I mean, we don't even talk about
You go down the list.
But you can go down the list. And so that's my only point.
But
I'm hoping that you're able to understand that.
But Scott, it's disrespectful for you to say, what have they built? There are little children right now, little girls at home hoping that they can play in what they call the WNBA. And the reason why it's still up and still running, whether it's losing money or not, is because of these black women who are in this.
Oh, great. Oh, great. Oh, what? Here we go. It's because of this black women. Of course. These are the people that I don't understand, man. Any small thing is because of these black men, these black women. No, they don't even say black men no more. Because black men, look, who cares about black men? They talk about black women. It's black women. Kamala Stamp, black women. It's like, shut up. Shut up, yo. Okay. Shush. I'm sick and tired of hearing black women, black. Oh, God. I don't want to hear no more. Okay. I don't want to hear no more. Okay. Black women. Come on, man. You guys keep calling callers. Can't we just see each other as one, like women and men? Must it be black women and Caucasian women? Must it be white women and black women? Can it just be women and men? But these people would never let it go to rest. It would be black women every single time. Black women. It's like, God, y'all gonna make people not like black women.
No, Scott, stop it. Stop it now.
It's not. I was in Dickie's arena.
Who pays for it?
I was in Dickie's arena. Let me just tell you, I was in Dickie's arena.
Pays for it?
I was in Dickie's arena.
Think about this, guys. The woman who is anchoring this show right here is an African American woman. I don't call anybody African American women because I think everybody's American. If you were born here, you are American. I am African American because I moved here 7-8 years ago and I became a United States citizen about like 4 years ago. Okay, so I'm the actual African American guy. If you were born in the United States, you are not. If you're brown skin, you are not African American. You are an American. So look at this American woman, the one wearing red. She's the one anchoring this show right here. Is she privileged? Are we going to say she's privileged? Let me know. Are we going to say she's privileged? Because I don't know no more. Because I see people here on the table from different ethnicity not anchoring this show. The one wearing red is the one anchoring this show. So are we going to say she's privileged? Yeah, we're going to say she's privileged.
Let me just tell you, I was in Dickies Arena. I was in Dickies Arena on Sunday because I travel, follow my Gamecocks basketball. Something fascinating happened.
All right,
Dickies Arena, TCU, right? Haley Van Lith. They averaged 2,000-3,000 people a game.
Yeah.
The Gamecocks came to town with Don Staley. You had 9,000 people in Dickies Arena. You know who benefits from that? The concession workers, the city, etc. After the game, hundreds of people around there just to shake Don Staley's hand. What you have to understand, and we have to get out of this, is there's a level of empathy that we have to have and understanding that we have to have, and we have to just stop being so abrasive.
Victimization mindset. Victimized. Always trying to be a victim. You are not bro, look at you on CNN. You are on presumably one of the largest, if not the largest news media channel on earth. And you're acting like you're a victim. You're not a victim, dog. You're not a victim. Stop pandering to victimization mindset. I do not like victimization mindset. Even though I'm like down for the count, which I am in most cases, but I'm like, I never will succumb to victimization mindset. Could have $0 in my account right now. I could be no money, no nothing, no food, trying to just suck on peanut butter all day. I will still not be a victim. I refuse to be a victim. Like, why are you celebrating victimization? Like, I don't know why people like doing that, man. I ain't no goddamn victim, bro.
In these social media moments when we're talking about issues of race.
This is exactly what I was about to say, which is that, listen, Jeff and Scott, my dear colleagues, you don't have to defend this.
You don't.
Okay?
You could just say
it doesn't have to be.
Defend what?
You don't, the idea that Caitlin Clark should be denigrated for simply saying that she entered a league that other players who came before her were black, helped build. There's nothing controversial about that, and it doesn't need to be.
It feels so bland.
Yeah, she
it's
doesn't
like
need to
bland
be.
and gracious.
Why are people attacking her for that? I don't understand.
I don't know. I feel like it says more about the people who are getting offended by it than her.
I think they're just disappointed that she appears to have been captured by the woke mob.
You don't like the
and
word.
here's
the white privilege. Let him articulate this because I want to learn something.
I feel a little bad for her because she's going to learn that it will never be enough, no matter how much of the phrasing, no matter how much of the groveling you do, it will never be enough for the people in that league that hate her guts.
Why do you assume
they hate her
that
guts?
Why do you assume that she is trying to pander? Isn't it also?
Because I hear the language. It's the language of the pandering.
Scott, listen, let's get off the internet for 1 second. Everybody, right? This is not a conversation about wokeness, about my truth, about all that stuff, okay? I know that these are buzzwords on the internet. This is a young woman who's working in a league where she has colleagues. She said something about her place in that league. Why do you think automatically that it can't possibly be genuine?
It's the equivalent of me saying, you know why I wanted to be a journalist? Because I saw Barbara Walters on television. Because I saw someone that I really admired and I liked the way she stood up for herself. It's the equivalent of me saying, you know who else I like? And go down a list of women who don't look like me, who do exactly what I do now, who gave me the dream, who gave me the opportunity. No one's offended by that statement because I am talking about the work ethic, I'm talking about the quality of what they do, and I'm talking about the ability to see the dream, and it is possible. She grew up watching Maya Moore, who happens to be black. And she said, when I saw Maya Moore, my dad would drive me an hour away to see Maya Moore play. I was like, is this a real thing? Can I live in this world? It's no different.
All right, let me let you get the very last word.
Well, it's a good question. When I hear the phrase white privilege, sports is the one place where nobody on the field has any privilege at all. She doesn't get extra points when she shoots because she's white. She gets the same number of points as anybody else. Sports is the great equalizer. And
Open
it
your
just
eyes.
felt like to a lot of
Open
people
your eyes and
that she
listen.
was groveling for no reason because she is an amazing player who deserves all the accolades she's getting right now for doing what she's doing for women's basketball.
Oh man, these people would never stop. They would just never stop. I feel like the news media are the same people trying to divide the country. It's just facts, okay? Without the news media trying to do all this pandering and racial politics and being biased, I would say for a fact that they are the same ones causing this division. And if the news media can say, you know what, let's come together in unity and, applaud each other for how strong we are, for our differences, and also for our similarities, maybe, just maybe, there would be more unity. But nope, they don't do that. This is what they do. Talk about Caucasians and talk about brown skin separately and make it seem like this person is bad, this person is good. And that's why every time I see these types of division conversation, it's like, can we stop? Stop. Okay, just stop. Okay, women are women, men are men. There's no, forget about color. Okay, let's just go from there. Okay, let's go from there. Fetterman may be a Republican soon. I promise you that.
John and I competed against each other in 2018, and we've been friends for, I guess, almost 7 years now. I think it really boils down to common sense and moral clarity. Since October 7th, he's been a voice of moral clarity on supporting the U.S.-Israel relationship and combating anti-Semitism. And it's just common sense. Not only he represents the biggest swing state in the nation, Donald Trump just carried that state. John knows Pennsylvania really, really well. I can tell you, I competed against him. He did a good job. He knows the state. He knows the voters. And I think I would disagree with him hard, by the way, that the Eagles are going to win this week, not the Steelers. But I think he's showing what the Senate used to be. And Scott knows this very well from your time working with Mitch McConnell. Like, before Harry Reid blew up the filibuster, the Senate was designed to be a place where people came together and solved big problems. And maybe
I'm not sure that was the beginning of the Senate's problems.
Maybe
I think help. No, I think first of all, he's one of the greatest Senate leaders we've ever had. But
I agree. Republicans agree.
We'll take it. But one of the things I will say is that he's part of the Democratic coalition. And one of the things that drives me nuts is when you have these purists who want to be Democrats and simply say that this person is canceled because of X, Y, and Z. I wish more Democrats had the fight of John Fetterman, because at least he understands media, he understands platforms, and we're not going to agree on everything. John Fetterman, but that's really not what it should be, right? But the purity test that we have in the Democratic Party, John Fetterman is the antithesis to that, and I think that he actually is helping the brand out. And I don't mind him. No, I mean, look, I don't think he should vote for Pete Hegseth, but I don't mind him meeting. I mean, that's a part of advice and consent. And before you get to that point, before you get to an answer, you should actually, I'm opining from my seat here in New York. He's a member of the United States Senate. He should meet with him. And so I don't have any issues with that.
He also had a note to his colleagues, which is to say, don't freak out about everything that Donald Trump does. And that also might be good advice.
Yeah, I think it's important to have priorities and to care about, what policy decisions Trump is making, or Trump's eventual appointees are making, that have actual impacts on people, and not to get all bent out of sorts about every Truth Social post or what have you.
I've admired him very much. I didn't expect much out of him, honestly, but his stance, particularly on Israel, he withstands a lot of pressure on that, and he has been absolutely a rock and full of moral clarity on why we should stand with Israel. I've admired it very much.
Well, shout out to John Fetterman. I'm telling you, this guy may be a Republican in like next election cycle. I'm telling you, he may be the next Tulsi Gabbard in the Democratic Party. You guys keep losing moderate because you guys send them out. Democratic Party, you send your moderate out. You like the far left people, and that's just facts. Okay, John Fetterman may be a Republican very soon. I'm telling y'all, get ready, because Trump is converting people, winning souls in bulk. Okay, he's winning souls in bulk. Okay, with that being said, Luigi Mangione, listen to what CNN has to say about Luigi Mangione. Some people support Luigi Mangione. I don't know why, but it's wild. Shout out to Kiwi.
A deepening mystery unfolding in the tri-state area today. People in the New York metropolitan area are now reporting a growing number of drone sightings in their communities. This follows a wave of mysterious appearances in the skies over New Jersey, sparking major concern among residents as well as among local and state leaders. The White House and FBI say there is no evidence to this point that the drones pose a national security threat or have any kind of foreign connection. But that's only adding to the confusion, because so far there are no explanations as to what they even are, where they're coming from, or who might be launching them. For weeks now, the drones have been spotted over homes, critical infrastructure, and sensitive government sites. Today, some frustrated lawmakers have gone from asking questions to demanding answers.
New Jersey can't become the Wild West of drone activity. No state can become the Wild West of drone activity. I've made this very clear to the FBI, to Homeland Security, and the FAA, the agencies chiefly responsible for monitoring drone activity. They must immediately disclose more information to the public. It's totally and completely unacceptable that you have all this drone activity going on, that people are seeing with their own eyes. The fact that the federal agencies responsible for briefing the public have not come forward in a clear way is unacceptable. There has to be some explanation to the public for all this increased activity, and they must do so now.
Thus far, the drones have managed to evade radar as well as police helicopters. And moments ago, CNN learned that Connecticut police are tracking reported sightings of drones over Fairfield County. CNN's Polo Sandoval spoke to a leader at a private airspace security company about how investigators are trying to track these drones.
DHS and the FBI saying that thus far they have not been able to corroborate any drone sightings with electronic detection, I should say. So we did some digging into what that actually looks like and how that can actually happen. I had an opportunity to speak to a representative of Dedrone, which is a private airspace security company that basically helps their clients prevent and detect any unauthorized drone flights. That representative telling me that there are at least 4 ways that you can actually detect some of these flights. The first, using radio frequency. You can actually pick up some of that chatter, some of the signals that are sent and dispatched between the drone and the remote control on the ground. There's certainly cameras. A simple surveillance camera often does the trick, though with more advanced cases, more advanced technology is needed. Radar, we all know how that works. And then finally, acoustics. You can quite literally use equipment to listen for some of these drones, though that representative told me that that is becoming less reliable since drone technology has evolved. And oftentimes these drones are much quieter. But overall, these are the kinds of resources that authorities on the ground in New Jersey at the state and local level are asking the federal government to provide. In fact, on Friday, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy sending a letter to President Biden, and in it, not only does he express growing concern about these drone sightings, but also is asking for more federal resources to be sent to New Jersey to help them try to get to the bottom of this. The governor also adding that the residents in his state deserve more information, that it's not enough to simply be told that this is not a matter of any sort of public security or public safety. They want to find out what's behind these drone sightings. And finally, the governor expressing concern about conspiracy theories that we have seen and heard for the last several days. It was just a few days ago that there was an official that was publicly speaking out about this, saying that it was his theory that it was likely an Iranian mothership off the East Coast that was sending these drones in. Of course, the Pentagon quickly denying that claim. Back to you.
All right, Polo Sandoval, thanks for the report. And joining us now to talk more about these mysterious drones is Michael Mellum. He is the mayor of Belleville, New Jersey, which is one of the communities where numerous drones have been spotted. Mayor, thanks so much for being with us. We do have some video that you and the Belleville Police Department obtained that I want to show our viewers. And if we can go ahead and put that up. Here it is. So just tell us about what we're seeing here, where this is, where you've been seeing drones.
Thank you for having me. So that video that you're seeing was actually shot by one of our Belleville police officers, who actually is a licensed drone pilot. So he's got some familiarity with how these things move. He shot that, and what you're looking at right now is in very close proximity. Belleville borders the city of Newark, and Newark, as we probably all know, Newark International Airport is right there, right in the middle of air traffic control. So that's really running up and down Route 21 here in Belleville, which is a direct conduit right to Newark International Airport. That's why it's gravely concerning to see so many drones in the air, night after night. That video was shot on December 8th, but the last 2 days has been a hotbed. We have been swarmed with drones over the last 2 evenings.
So a statement put out by federal investigators says they haven't corroborated any of the sightings with electronic detection, and they actually believe that many of the reported sightings are manned aircraft that are operating lawfully. Do you think that some of these reports have simply misidentified or mischaracterized drones? And you know, specifically in that video, what is it that the drone operator said, no, this is the behavior that tells me this is a drone?
Certainly, I mean, now that you have almost widespread hysteria because we have a lack of transparency going on here, everybody's looking up in New Jersey. So clearly there's going to be some misidentification going on. But I could tell you from my own visuals, things that I've seen out my bedroom window and things I've seen over the edge of my balcony, we are absolutely seeing drones. We are not seeing small planes. And frankly, it's been insulting to the residents of New Jersey to be told that they're just seeing things or they're all misidentifying. We're not misidentifying. There are objects that are flying within hundreds of feet above our homes. That's not good. They're just above the sight line, just above the tree line. We know for a fact that these things are not operating the way airplanes do. Airplanes tend to glide and go from point A to point B in a direct line. These things are going up and down in elevation. They're hovering. They're moving erratically. These things are not manned aircraft. That's insulting to be told that.
Do you think federal officials are taking this seriously enough?
It depends on your perspective on that. I mean, we keep being told that these drones are hovering over our critical infrastructure. So that could be either scary or comforting. Scary if it's a bad actor, or comforting if it's actually our federal government. Some out there, and I'm probably in that group, actually do believe these may be government assets that are being deployed because potentially they know of a threat, an active threat, and that these might very well be government assets.
So what do you want from federal authorities? And is part of this the communication that you and other mayors are getting from them? Because it seems that there's been some frustration on that front.
There's a lot of frustration. On Wednesday, 200 mayors were gathered for a security briefing that was unprecedented in the state of New Jersey. We left that meeting knowing next to nothing. What we're asking for is transparency. At this point, I'm not necessarily concerned with who the drones belong to. I can make that assumption. I'm more concerned with why they're out there. That's really the answer. I think having more transparency from the administration, not being told that we're seeing things, not being told there's nothing to see here, I think more transparency would actually stop fueling the conspiracy theories that are spreading like wildfire on social media.
So you're saying you think you know who owns the drones?
Yeah, I'm saying that I'm more concerned with why they're there. I mean, you have to understand something. We were told that they're hovering over critical infrastructure. We're also being told there's no credible threat. We're also being told
it's a good
they
actor.
don't want to take them
You
out of the
don't
air.
think it's a foreign actor? Do you
not.
have reason? Do you have reason to believe that it's actually then? I mean, I'm just trying to read between the lines what you're saying, that maybe this is U.S. government or some sort of U.S. asset, but they're not disclosing the objective.
I believe that. The fact they're telling us no credible threat, the fact they're saying they will not shoot them down, the fact they're saying they will not put a temporary ban in place, it's pointing to something. And that's not little green men, and it's probably not a foreign enemy. More than likely, we do believe that these are probably our assets that are actually looking out for a potential threat. That's what we want to know.
All right, Mayor, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate you being on.
Man, this whole thing just keeps getting weirder and weirder and weirder and weirder and weirder. With that being said, some people say it's helicopters. Some people say, look, it's definitely UFO. Some people say it's the government. Some people say it's the FBI. Some people say it's whatever. But you guys are the best. Thank you for tuning into the live stream. What else do you guys want to talk about, man? Let me know in the chat. What do you guys want to talk about? Do you guys want to talk about something else? If you want to talk about something else, we could talk about something else. But this may be the end for today. But let me know if you want to talk about something else, man. Gaudi says, am I pronouncing your name right? Gaudi says CIA owns them. Do you guys want to talk about something else? If you haven't joined the Discord, it is pinned on wherever, down here or up here. Or I think it's down here though. It is pinned. So join the Discord. It's going down. We have Vegas in the Discord. We have Nia Book Truck in the Discord. It's looking like we may be, some people may be getting married on the Discord, man. Vegas and Nia Book Truck. Look, anything can happen on this Discord. I ain't gonna cap. I'll be a bit. Okay, man. Nia Book says he wants to talk about Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi. I heard that she fell and she just had a surgery on her hip, and she's doing better now. And some people are saying she's gonna run again for whatever, but it's like, come on, man, you can't be running again. It's way too late for that. But last I heard is she fell and she just had a surgery on her hip, but she's doing better now. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, man. Let's get it.
He refused to say if that theory was based on any intelligence briefings, but he did say he wouldn't be staying in Bedminster this weekend because of the nearby sightings. Joining us now in our fifth seat is counter-drone expert Joel Anderson. Joel, it kind of does sound like Trump feels like there's enough information that is known about this that he's probably not that worried. He just wants more public information. I mean, talk to us about how easy it is to put up drones in the sky. We have a bunch here that are kind of smaller, but I mean, people are talking about bigger drones too.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's probably quite credible in the fact that the government does know what's flying. And there's a couple different types of methods for detection. There's different classes of drones, too. You've seen the rumors of the large drones that are being spotted in the sky. But there's also medium-sized and small drones like the ones we have on the table here that are classically much harder to actually detect. But that said, the government is deploying radio frequency, radar, and acoustic detectors. There's a very good chance that if there were probable drones, they're tracking them.
And it's fair to say, I mean, yeah, at this point, with all the hysteria going on, I mean, they got to say a little bit more than they're saying.
I would agree with that. And tonight, if you were in New Jersey and you thought you see drones circling New Jersey, that was my flight trying to get here. We circled New Jersey for an hour. My point is, some of the drones folks are seeing, like my mama used to, are an airplane. So we got to relax a little bit. I always want to see the government give me more information.
Bro, chill.
They're flying some of these contraptions.
Man, somebody
by
tell
my
this
house,
bro to chill.
But I am not a counter. I wrote this down. A counter drone expert. You got the coolest job I have ever known about.
I have a question. Can you shoot these things down?
So
no. Is that allowed?
Let me answer that. A man who got a gun, no. But go ahead, sorry, Joe.
Yeah, legally, no. They're treated the same as shooting down an aircraft, which would carry
even
some
a small one like this?
Even a small one, even your own.
Interesting.
And is it
Don't
dangerous?
shoot down your own
If
drone.
I'm just saying
If it wasn't against the law, hypothetically speaking, would it be dangerous to shoot one of
Still
them?
a terrible idea for a normal civilian to attempt to shoot down a
Joel,
drone.
show us these two that are closest to you, because these two have been through some things. What happened to these drones?
So these drones were taken out of the sky. The way that we test that is in special facilities. We're a counter-drone company. We build auto-aiming firearms to actually take them down with bullets. A common method for drones to be taken out of the sky via law enforcement agencies is with electromagnetic weapons like jammers and spoofers and microwaves.
These
But
are
they
not
don't
the
work
drones they
against
saw,
drones
though.
that are hardened. And that, I think, is a really scary undertone to this whole drone mystery, is that we lack the kinetic responses necessary with our law enforcement and federal agencies, although the DoD does maintain that.
You said drones that are hardened, meaning that they are made to not be taken out of the sky.
Right, yeah, and it's a very simple thing to do. Like microwaves, to harden a drone from microwaves, frying it, is a copper tape.
They're not heavy. A drone that size, could you put a weapon on that?
You could carry a couple pounds. A weapon being explosives, absolutely.
Wow. So I mean, that's not big at all. Could you hear it coming? Is it loud?
Oh yeah.
They're pretty loud, but you don't know where it's coming from. It's actually a pretty terrifying experience.
See, that's why all these people, I mean, are hearing.
Well, I mean, over the weekend, New Jersey Senator Andy Kim, he was tweeting
Look,
out.
you can never make this up, guys. You can never make this up. I'm telling y'all, man. This is wild. All right, everybody go join the Discord. Discord is, my phone is just going boom, 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 boom. Discord is going crazy, y'all. So go join the Discord if you haven't joined the Discord. People may be getting married on the Discord. I'm telling y'all right now at this point. Shout out to Vegas. Shout out to Nia Book Truck. Shout out to Ken. Well, mobile app. If I'm right. I don't know if I'm right, but shout out to Riley. Those are the new. Well, Nia Book is like the OG, but yeah, join the Discord, and you could talk even when we're not on the live show. And we've been a little quiet, like I said, on the Discord until tonight. Seems like it's going wild again. But yeah, you guys are the best. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being a part of the live stream. But what is this in the sky? We just saw another, well, online, I saw that the people in Augusta, Georgia saw something like a drone in the sky, but this one is actually huge and very, very fast. I don't know what the heck going on.
That he went out and saw these drones. He was very concerned about them. Then the next day, he went out with police to observe them and realized that with more information, many of them really were aircrafts. And so we're hearing, sightings of dozens of drones. There are probably drones up there, but it's not clear if any of them are illegal or nefarious, and many of them are airplanes.
Which is why we need the Biden administration to come out and
The
be more
Biden
clear.
administration ain't gonna do
we went
nothing.
through this with the Chinese spy balloon, right? That's part of this whole problem is they let that balloon go across the entire United States, didn't say it was from China, and then shot it down after it had already gone through and done what it did. So, now you have this drone situation. The immediate thought is, well, are these foreign powered drones? Are they some other adversary that's out there? They're saying they're not. They're saying that they're not that. Then okay, then how do you know they're not? If you don't really know, then how do you know they're
Joel,
not?
if they are saying, you heard John Kirby, he said they are not a risk to public safety, they are not a national security risk. If he can say those two things categorically, what do you think he's talking about here when it comes to these drones?
I think they're speaking about a very limited scope of drones that they're detecting. There's still a lot of unknowns, including the origins and the destination of these drones. But I think, going back to the senator that was spotting these over the weekend, we actually spoke on Sunday, and I got to give him credit. He is being very proactive about coming up with countermeasures to deal with this, because again, law enforcement can't do much about it, and it's only exacerbated by the lack of.
And
Let me ask Joel a question.
what do you mean by law enforcement cannot do anything about it? I don't even understand what y'all talking about at this point. What do you mean law enforcement cannot do anything about it? So who is supposed to do something about it? The people, like the regular, normal, everyday Americans? Like, are they supposed to be the ones to do something about it? You said don't do anything about it. Normal, everyday people, don't do anything. Don't shoot it down. And then you come back around and say, law enforcement can't do nothing about it. So who's going to do something about it? Jesus?
We were in the green room and I was looking at these, and you said these are made with a 3D printer?
These particular ones are 3D printed composites, yeah.
Second question, now I'm a reporter. Second question is, would radar see these if they came at my house?
Possibly, but not always. Depends on the system.
I just think that when you're an expert, you're an expert, and when you're not, and it's okay to ask questions. But I think we just need to go all the way back to the beginning of this hour. We shouldn't be drawing unnecessary conclusions. We should be Republican or Democrat, relying on our elected officials to be informing us and asking the people who actually know the best about it, rather than drawing unhealthy conclusions that leave the public to draw speculation and be scared.
Yeah, I think it bears saying we should be asking for more.
Yeah.
And we are. So
Exactly,
here we
spot
are.
on me.
Joel Anderson, the guy with the coolest job at the table. Everyone, thank you very much for joining us.
Man, thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Thank you. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours. I just want to say thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being a part of the show. We're going to be back here in the morning. I got to start streaming back to back again. Because I took life happens and you just want to chill out a little bit. Because, sometimes it's hard. Okay, I'm just going to be truthful with y'all. Sometimes life is hard. Okay. But you got to keep it going. You got to still do what you got to do. You still got to do what you got to do. You got to be a father to your daughter. You got to be a man in the home. You got to have your sanity. You got to make sure you're cool, calm, and collected. You got to be responsible for your responsibilities. Life happens, but you never just check out. Okay? Life keeps on going. So with that being said, I just want to say thank you to you guys for tuning in. Thank you for being a part of the show. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being around. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for liking. Just thank you, man. That's all I can say. And we will be back here. We will be back here for sure. We will be back here. And we're going to do this more often. And yeah. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in God. Okay? What do you guys want us to talk about when I get back here in the morning? Well, I have a hearing about these drone issues that I want us to listen to in the morning, and maybe that would be a morning conversation. But yeah, I want you guys to go get some rest right now. It is currently 3:01 a.m. Eastern time in Georgia, and today's date is the 17th of December, 2024. 8 days to Christmas. I wish you guys well, man. You guys are the best. Thank you for being here. Shout out to Vegas. Shout out to Nia Book Truck. The new couple. Vegas Nia Book Truck. Pronounce you. With that being said, y'all, everybody who tuned in, you guys are. Shout out to Nikki Lee, man. Shout out to Nikki Lee, man. She has been going hard on her channel. Okay, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, so like my brain is fried. But she's been streaming like every single time I see her, she's streaming. She is streaming every single time I see her. So it's like, God bless you, Nikki Lee. Okay. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. But with that being said, man, y'all are the best. Thank you for being here. Join the Discord. Okay. Join the Discord. If you like to do laundry, yeah. Okay. If you like to do laundry, and if you like taking debris out of people's driveway, out of the streets when hurricane happens, and you love to help people, you love helping people, join the Discord. Especially if you like doing laundry. Laundry is very important. If you do laundry, join the Discord. Okay? Join the Discord. If you like cooking, join the Discord so you can share your pictures of your food in the Discord. If you whatever you like to do, man, join the Discord, okay? Just join a community that is just good vibes, okay? Good vibes. Good vibes. Good vibes. We have all, I guess, different channels where it's like if you're an adult, you could send memes or whatever in there. Just different channels in the Discord. So join the Discord. I feel like a salesman right now. But yeah, join the Discord. All right. With that being said, God bless you guys. And have a wonderful night, man. And peace, love, and stay strong, man. Don't be out here giving up and shit. Don't be out here giving up, man. Okay? Do what you got to do. Stay alive. Stay alive. There are a lot of people who love you. And just stay strong, man. Stay strong. I love you guys. And it is what it is. It is your boy Genesis, and I am signing out. Let's get it.